Okay, so this part will be looking at how to establish assumptions for working capital. So working capital assumptions, and under working capital assumptions, we've got current assets
Are we
and
recording now?
yes, current assets and current liabilities. You know. So the component of current assets are they are being brought from our statement of financial position, which is here. So we've got inventory, right of return, up to cash and cash equivalents. So all these are components of our current assets. So if you watch, you see that that's what we have in the current asset side. But one other thing that we brought in is long-term receivables. So the financial accountant person or financial reporting person has categorized, has splitted receivables into short-term and long-term. So they put the long-term under non-current assets. So receivable is receivable as analysts.
Okay.
We don't categorize based on timing.
Okay.
We categorize based on the nature of that line item, not based on time. So when you see any item in the financial statement that is categorized on the statement of financial position that is categorized as to time, you have to match them, the short and long term together. Okay.
But sorry, wouldn't that be because if I want to appraise, take for instance, that former CFO that came here the other day, you guys are working on something together. So the person wants a loan, right? And you are looking at the financials and you feel that this financial is not, it's not adequate to get that loan. So what I'm saying is, if I'm lumping up all the receivables, so it will look like anybody who is looking at the result will feel like, oh, you have all these receivables coming in this year, whereas maybe over 50 or 60% of the receivables are coming in 10 years.
So that's why your projection is to show that. So if you have it embedded in it, it should show a long term. It should show an average period of when that whole money will come in, because that's what matters to us as analysts. We want to analyze this money, how long will it take to come? So if your long term is embedded there, then we should give us an average number of period that we should expect this whole thing. So that's more operational to perceive than just separating them and on the basis of time.
Okay, so this long-term receivable under current asset now.
Yeah, under non which one? This one's
the long-term receivables. You are
it's
bringing
under
it under current asset.
yes.
So what I'm saying is, if are we going to delineate? Are we going to show that okay, this receivable is actually long-term at some point? Because okay, we have just 5 years here. We are going to bring the figures, but probably.
I'm trying to get
okay. Let me put it this way. Okay. Long-term receivables in the financials, you have figures for 2021.
Yes, all the years. Look at it.
For all the years. So I'm picking 2021 for instance.
Yeah.
So it means that receivable is not coming in 2021.
Yes, it's not coming.
So
look at the figures. This is not coming
in 2017.
It's not coming in 2018 as well. This amount is what is due as at 2017.
Yes.
So it is not coming in 2018. That's why they categorize it as long term.
Yeah, it's more than a year.
It's more than so it has increased even. Yeah. So we've added more. They've added more as well. Yeah. That these are not coming at all. But there's a reduction here. So some had gone, which is very minute. But then you still have it increase up to here. So these receivables they are not expected to come anytime soonest. And one criteria that makes a receivable to be classified as long-term receivable is when probably that customer you've taken them to court and the court has been postponing judgment on it.
Yeah.
So that receivable, you have to remove it from the normal receivable and classify that, look, this one, it's dicey. If we win the case, yes. If you win the case, fine. If you don't, then probably it can be written off. So it's actually a receivable that can fall into uncollected or bad debt, you know. So that's why they classify it as long-term receivable. But as an analyst, I want to see the implication of that, because it can eat my P&L anytime it's due. So it is testing the company's operation. That's why analysts embed them together. Okay, this company has been operating. What are the things it does that can affect it in future? You know, so that's why we make them together and say, okay, let's look at the effect of this thing on our operations.
There's no separation between short term and
no, there's no separation between short term. In fact, when it's an eye pointer, anytime you see a line item separated as to short term and long term, you have to merge, you know. But then when you merge, you can then separate them in your merging and analyze them. But receivable is not a non-current asset, because the standard that guides non-current asset is IS 16, and it doesn't define that when an item is uncollectible for a long time, it should be classified as current as non-current. No. So that's why it doesn't qualify to even be a non-current asset, you know. So that's why we need to move it to current asset, and we can then
it can't be non-current.
It can be. So that's why we need to merge them together. But that's not the major criteria why it's merged. Not because it cannot be part of non-current asset, but because it's a receivable is a current asset, but then even though it is uncollectible for a long period of time, it doesn't remove its nature that we sold to a customer and we have not collected money, which affects our operations. Because if this money had come in, our working capital would have increased. We would have had more working capital, you know, more money. If it is converted to cash, then more money in our cash and cash equivalent. You understand? So it actually affects the day-to-day working of the business. That's why it needs to be merged under current asset. Okay, so I hope I've made that clarification enough. And so if you go and look into the composition of long-term receivable, you'll find out that it is these two items: long-term staff receivable and an amount receivable from customers on account of traded asset deployed. So, and that's why I've put the figure here so that it will be easy to trace, you know. So if you go and link to long-term receivables, control down to our assets, long-term receivable is this. So if we link to these figures and we take them here, so this is the composition that makes up that total figure. So if I do this and I put this in bold and take this, so you see that this is equal to this, and long term, the total is equal. Say 23105, 25509, 236,317, and 2501. But this is what is composed of, these two things.
Yeah.
So I've been able to dissect, to open up long-term receivable and look at what I can actually project and bring out of it. So this one is actually money from customers. This one is from staff. So I can begin to put like to like, you know. and project this instead of just lumping it and calling it long-term receivables. So we will need to actually project for these two items. We need to project for them and separate them into our current assets. So that should be one of the tasks that we will need to do. So, but don't forget that it is currently, I intentionally left it here when we were doing restructuring, So I can decide to actually move it from here and add it to other receivables. So, but now that I've seen what it's composed of, I can give a space for, because there's an important item there, which is this amounts receivable from customers. Anything customers, suppliers, they are very key. So you need to actually bring them out and give them their own line and project. They are very key. They are key items that actually affect the company's operations, because this is what they do on a day-to-day basis. For Nestle, this amount is they help the depots where they sell. They help them to create the design, put their banner, all of that. So those are the assets, and these people are expected to pay them back over some certain period, but they are not. Yeah.
No, this one is not correct.
You said?
I was thinking of the trade assets, but I wanted to talk about trucks, but I realized it does not qualify as trade asset.
No.
Not a trade asset.
So I've got these numbers. I'm going to remove the decimal. So I've got this. Now all these ones, I link them from input. So meaning that this thing needs to be taken to my input as well, not just here. And I can then come back and link them. So for this, I'm going to copy and paste as values. Escape, undo, copy, or TSV, paste as values. So that is done. And copy, paste as values. So that is done.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Alt ESV.
Yeah.
Yeah, because me, I don't like cramming things, so I want to understand.
Okay.
Normally, when you press Alt, you have all those alphabets.
Yes. Alt.
Then you go to H, and so we can now talk about pasting, which is V.
V. Yes.
Right. But Alt ESV doesn't follow.
Okay, I understand. Okay, yes, which is V, yes. So it's supposed to be Alt HVS.
So, but Alt ESV doesn't follow.
Good. So Alt ESV is an old. So in Office 2007, that shortcut is what we use. So most of us that use 207, 203, then they still resonate. And the beauty is that Microsoft did not delete those shortcuts. It still work in the new versions, So, and we got to know that the new Excel versions, the shortcut using Alt is longer than those days when it's just Alt ESV.
And another thing, what Alt HVS, it will not bring those things like it will just bring all those symbols.
Yes, to bring all those. So that's why we still feel that those shortcuts in those times are still the best. Even if you use them now, they still work.
Okay, well, I was just trying to see.
That's a good question. But it's common among modelers. You hear that Alt ESV or TSV everywhere, Alt ESF to copy and paste formulas, Alt ESV to copy and paste values, So, so I've done that. I need to go to our balance sheet and replicate that same thing. So here, I insert a line, Ctrl Shift plus, and I'll try to quickly go and link, jump. So I should be very close to the figures I want to link, which is this. So I copy this. So like this now, it is copied. It's a formula because it's equal to, I copy it, and I want to paste it here. But guess what? I don't want it to affect the formatting that I've done. There's a border there, So, and I will still want to paste the formula. So I do TSF, and I say, okay, so it only pastes, it doesn't affect the formatting there, but it pastes the formula inside. Or TSF. So, but then I do not want any formula inside all this blue, because that's why we painted them blue. So I'm going to copy and do a TSV. Thank you. So that's it. So this is also copy on TSV, and I've remodified this, but then this one will now change to something else, which I still need to embed in other receivables. So guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a subtraction now. Equals minus what now? Minus these traded assets. Not there. Go to the end. F2 so that I can move. Then F2 again so that I can point traded assets. Okay. So it subtracts the traded assets. No, I can't do this. Do you know why I can't do this?
No.
But do you understand what I'm trying to do?
Yeah, you want to subtract.
Because this one is traded asset is inside there.
Yes.
So, and I've given it a line here, meaning that I need to reduce the long-term receivable with that traded asset.
Yes.
But now look at what I'm doing with this work. The existing number, I'm subtracting this from this. Can I take it forward?
You need to create another row.
Thank you. So I need to create another row so that I can do that. So undo and shift space bar, control shift plus. So I then do that calculation in there, this minus this, and so I can then get the new value. So the new value, if I like, I can copy it and come here and paste on top of it as a TSV and escape, Control C, copy this, Control C. Oh, no wonder I didn't copy. So it's not allowing me to actually copy that. So what I will do invariably is, but I'm wondering why it's not allowing me. That's strange. That's strange. Did I do anything wrong? Let me see. So let me try and do it here first. This minus this. Okay, I know it's because we did all these things in Power Query. So it's not allowing me. The only thing I can do is to type them in. So this one is correct. This one is 1989 120. Tab. This is 2293 175 and 2187 272. And this is 2296 038. Okay, so I've been able to do that and delete this. So I'm expecting that my balance sheet will still be balanced after doing that correction. But I'm seeing that it's not in balance. That's an imaginary one. Okay, so control space var to actually have to fit that at HOI. Yes, okay, so one. It's balanced, so it's just one. And that one we need to actually fix that one somewhere.
Yeah, that's the one from the income statement.
Mm. So now this one, this long-term receivables will now be part of other receivables. So how do I do that? Also, I will need to add it and say long-term staff receivable, loan to staff loan receivable, which is the only item remaining inside the long-term receivable. I will then add it plus other receivables, other receivable 180. No, that cannot be 179. That's my other receivable. So I add and I take it forward, copy. Okay, so it allowed me this time. So under other receivables, guess what I'm going to do? TSV, enter. So with that, I can get rid of this line. This line can go, control minus. You know, I don't need you. I will use you for calculation. So my balance sheet should still be balanced with this. So it's still balanced. So I've done that adjustment.
Money, sir.
Yeah, money.
Money, sir.
Money. Well, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I need to go to my SFP and ensure that this line is off because I've deleted it, control minus, and what else do I need to do? All this linking, I need to link everything. I need to link them, control D, so that I can reflect the new figure. Okay, so 178, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I think we're fine. I always want to have zeros in those places that are nil, so that I know it's actually zeros. Like all these places that will have 0, 0, 0, 0. I mean, empty spaces. We need to put zeros so that we know they're actually nil figure. So apply formatting or HFP. What happened? Are you giving that error? Okay. I'm looking for anywhere I have spaces. I put 0 and apply the formatting of HFP, and that is applied. Where else do I have empty spaces? Here, and 0, control enter, and on HFP I apply it on these two lines. So that is done. And I see that this is not a type of zeros. Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just coming. I am coughing.
I'm not even feeling fine, sir.
You are not feeling fine.
Yes, sir. I've just been managing it.
Yeah.
I've been managing. Yes.
Sorry. How they are treating you?
Yeah.
Have you tested what?
No, I'm not positive. I'm not positive.
No, it could be malaria or typhoid or that's what I mean.
You know, comic is still in, is still
No,
around, very much
that
around.
one, okay. But once you are not feeling fine, it's always good to carry out a test first. Because most people will just treat malaria straight
Straight.
without knowing that maybe they have typhoid. So the malaria will go and you feel, oh, I'm better. And then after a week, it's back.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
why
I
it's
agree.
just
I agree.
good to just carry out a test. I mean, I just walk into any random.
Anyway, my
apartment.
work self wouldn't even allow me because for me to go, my boss will not allow me to stay home for like, you think we just want to be lazy.
Yeah.
You know, so very soon, anyway, Saki, I'll be going on leave. this
Ah.
week coming. This
It's a one-man
Tuesday.
business, right?
Yes, now.
That's what happened.
I just want to go and get out of that place because that's I just.
No, you need to get
I
out.
think you are
I
too
didn't
hot
get
for
out.
a one-man business.
Yeah,
I just want to get out. Of
You
that
need to
place.
get out.
You are too hot for a one-man business. All those businesses are not structured.
Seriously.
Like me now, if I want to live where
You know,
I
I told you,
That's
Saki, I
the-
had a problem with my boss not quite long. The man always gives me a rate. I used to value whatever we bought. So on a normal day, when he gave me that figure, he wrote what he spent on importation. What they call it, customs duty. He wrote it and gave to me. So it didn't occur to me that this rate is the rate that he wasn't supposed to use, and I'm going to use the rate. So our inventory was undervalued. So he now came after 5 weeks of his trip to US and he came back. So what prompted the issue was the brand manager that is responsible for that particular champagne in Nigeria, because it's not a foreign, it's not a local medicine. And I said, say chief, please update the date. It's now 700. It's now mine. Now went back to what he gave to me before. He said, why didn't I allow the? And one thing with him is that don't challenge him when he's talking.
That's
He said
one man business for
he
you.
will just be talking. I remember the time that I first came, the first year I came, no, the second year, I started on my costing sheet. I used to put 2 rates, what his own rate and the current market rate. He said, no, I should go and remove that one. I should go and remove it. So anything he gives you is what you take, just like garbage in, garbage out. Is what he started blaming it on me that I'm the one that is responsible for losing millions. Like,
But he agreed that he gave you the rate.
He didn't agree. He said I should go and bring. That was the only thing that he used to win me. That paper, very small paper like this that he gave to me. That if I had kept that paper very well, it would have served as evidence. Even at that, he still said, why didn't I remind him?
They're sending emails to you.
Send mails.
Yes.
Because one man business, that's what they do with
What a words of mouth.
When they give you anything, just send mail. Sir, I just received a new exchange rate from you. Kindly acknowledge. Don't finish my back. Don't over me.
That is just it. That is the only thing he used to with me. In fact, not that I don't know what to do, but the man is just always making me look.
Continue to search.
Me, I'm searching, no, seriously.
As in aggressive.
Yeah, you need
Seriously.
to search because I see that because recently I also had to take it on and introduce him to a better environment
Yes,
company, and he went and something happened because the person that is working said the guy is relocating to Canada. So I said I have a guy. So they just told me it's one of my former boss like that. So and he is the CFO. So I said he said that he needs somebody, and I quickly recommended him and he went. But unfortunately, the guy defies movements.
Oh.
So that's why it's still. But I believe you should aggressively search.
Yeah,
Because you get.
Yes.
You will get. See, the thing is, many people are leaving.
Yeah.
And very few are qualified to do some certain things. You get, because people are home not doing anything, so they don't have the requisite knowledge. So those who have the knowledge are leaving. So,
Yes, so I'm really on it, seriously.
happening. It's just that it's not circulating here because there's a long queue.
Yes.
So many people are moving out of the country. So eventually it will start circulating that you will be able to see it that
There's work everywhere, yeah.
It's just that we have not reached that point.
So, but be searching aggressively because I don't expect you to be working with a one-man business like that. You know?
If it's going to be a one-man business, it's going to have some structure.
Yeah.
Like Globalcom is a one-man business.
Yeah.
But it still has structure.
Yeah.
Yes.
It should have structure, yes. But all those people guys, they don't. They will not. they will even not want it.
As it even stands, I don't handle cash. I don't handle listen. What I just do is just to prepare the account, final accounts. You know, go to do some tax work. You know, do all these things for the man. But handling cash. Maybe I introduced the son was telling me, say, corrected my father for many. When is it today? And it doesn't this thing. So I think the man is basing his own working style is like 1980. It's all this 1980s style.
It has changed. Let him know that the working condition has changed since. Okay, so let's come back home. So I'm trying to get the. So we're done with long-term receivables. We've gotten the composition, and which we are going to forecast each of them separately. But this long-term staff receivable, we are moving into other receivables. So I want to also go to the normal current asset now and total them. So I'm totaling inventory, right of return asset, receivable from customers, receivable from related party, other receivables. So that I will know whether the breakdown I'm doing on other receivables, which are all these, will make it to total what we have in the balance sheet. So I'm going to add them together, close the bracket, and get a sum total. Don't forget that cash and cash equivalent is not here. Okay, so let me get what the total current asset is in the statement of financial position. So this is our total current asset, and the difference should give me my cash and cash equivalent. So just doing a rough estimate. So I go and link my cash and cash equivalent to see whether that difference actually gives it, and if it does, then my breakdown is right. So I can see that there are some differences I'm seeing there, little differences anyway. So I take this, subtract this, and so, this is module. So what is this differences? What is the differences? So okay, so because I think I've moved the differences should be this figure here. Yes, is this figure, because in there I have moved it in, so I need to add that figure into my subtotal here. Where's my subtotal? 59. Yes, so I need to add that. Just trying to make sense of the figure so that I know that the breakdown I'm doing on other receivable is correct. So I had this, and I take it for Ctrl R, so I should have zeros now. So that's actually the cause of the difference. So since that is what is causing the difference, I need to remove it and take it down. I hold down my shift key, then I move it to under this. So I take this backward. So with this, we are in line with our breakdown. So this is just a quick one. So that has changed because I moved it. 59 should be the F2. Okay, it's still linking to it. So why do I have a difference? G93, yes, still linking to it. So I shouldn't have any difference. R 24798. So So, and that's it's still that difference that I'm having. So let's see this. Where is this coming from? SFP. Yes. So what is causing the difference now? Because I'm checking it and I'm seeing that it's actually correct. First here is correct, but this second here, let me see. Let's check why it's not taking the. Yeah.
Wait, did you took that amount receivable from trade asset deployed down, right?
Yes.
So and it's still there.
Yeah, it's still linking there. No, it's not. It's not here. It's no longer here. I moved from here down.
Okay, to that place.
Yeah,
down.
so
Okay.
and it has moved and it's linking to it now, which is this 24797.
Yes.
So my issue now is when I compare this figure with the figure in SFP, which is this total, it's not totaling it. Okay. Yeah, but it's here. It's here. So it should have that same total. Because we always need to do a check on every of our figures, particularly when we are breaking it down, so that we don't lose track. We will not be doing something wrong, and at the end of the day, the figures are just everywhere missing.
Yeah.
So at every point in time, you want to do a check whether your figures are actually in line with what is in the statement of financial position. So like this one, F2 on it, these are the composition of what made up.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
What you just did now reminded me of a question that I bent down. I'll ask you.
Okay.
When we use the power query
Yeah.
to import those figures, the figures come with all the subtotals and totals, all the formulas rather.
No. It didn't come with formulas.
Or I noticed that
It didn't come with formulas.
what we've been working with, especially the Excel you shared with us, you know, the EBITDA, EBIT.
It didn't come with those ones.
No.
We did it.
Okay.
We inserted them because I said the financial statement of an analyst is different from.
I know we inserted EBITDA.
Yeah.
Maybe those are not the examples I should have cited. What
Okay.
I'm saying is, I noticed that, like, take for instance the statement of profit or loss. There were some calculations from the imported list. So
Yes, we added depreciation to cost of. We subtracted depreciation from cost of sales. Those are the things. That's the major
the
things.
imported figures from Power Query did not come with any
At all.
calculation.
At all.
Like the gross profit is just a figure.
It's just a
hard
figure.
coded.
It's hard coded. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We're the one that had to do the calculation and say sales less cost of sales to get it in formula, because that's what we are going to use to drive the future ones too. You know. Okay, so I'm still wondering why this is not giving me what it should give me. We have said we are going to be sending people back from now.
Okay, I'm very good. This video became longer today. I didn't understand. Whether I was
It looks
coming
like
for
we
a
went
battle.
for a very long one.
I
Even Ezekiel is still sleeping at
I was prepared for last week until I heard that.
Well, is he coming?
I spoke with him yesterday. He said he was going to come.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I said
So it's better now.
yeah, but he said work stuff is taking his time this morning. So
Okay.
yeah,
Like what he left at the back or something.
yeah, something like that. Okay, we are here. I'm trying to get the difference between these two things, and I'm not. It doesn't seem coming up.
Okay, wait. So the difference now is.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to export what I have here and put it beside it. I just need the first 2 years. So let me export everything. Copy, and so these are things that you need to do when you are doing your assumptions, because you need to always check your figures whether they are in line with what you have brought into the assumption page. So if you look at this very well, I need to move this in so that I'll be able to let me move this. Let me move this as well. No, let me do that. Okay, so I've got 23, 9, 10. 23, 9, 23, 351. I'm looking at the second year now. 18, 25, 247, 27, 27. The other 27, we have 93. Yeah. 93, then 5,225,225. And that's it.
Wait, please go up. Let's see. Go up a little.
Okay.
Oh.
So everything is there, and the AutoCAD, if I do an equals to here, 88,968, which is what is giving me here, which is correct. But this one, why is it not giving me 88? And I pretty have the same figures. This is interesting.
Wait.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
So if you let's see what happens if you go up.
Up. There's
Yes.
nothing up. It's not linking anywhere else.
Okay.
It's just that part. And I pretty have the same figures. 23,124,020, that's it. 33,51995, that's it. 18,897,443. 2,553,699. 2,479,885. 22,733,040. You know, then from here, 93,179, which is down here, 93,179. 5,225,502. 5,225,502. You know, except for this cash and cash equivalent. So I'm expecting that the difference is going to give me this 515.
Have 15, so
So it's giving me.
no cash out there. Did you
There
know
must be
that?
something that we did not add there.
So it's giving me actually.
Yeah, that's it.
So I check whether those difference, whether it is the same thing with what we export, we took, we
Wait a minute. Let me see what is there. This one is the export. Yes, which is correct. Then what's this thing checking? So I need to check this again. Oh, so this one is giving me a different figure, 15,515, 514,051 instead of 15,762. So this is where the issue is.
What's the difference?
So the difference is 15. Oh, the difference is 247. So it's still that traded asset. So
that is what it is.
so why is it? Why is the difference?
The 247 is there.
It's here and it's here. So how can it be the difference? Oh, I see. I think I did I hide it somewhere? Yeah, I added it here. Oh, this is the cost. Did you get it?
Let's see for the whole.
Repayment.
Did you see the cost? I've seen the cost. Since I've moved it, I don't need to add it again. Because it's doing two things here. There are two things being linked here. This is not what I want to move. This is what I want to move. Oh, it's actually one. Okay, so 93 is inside this first one. Can you see? 91 to 96. So this 93 is already here.
It's already there.
So that's why.
double counting.
So that's double counting. So that's why it's not actually. It's giving us that difference. So I need to deduct this. I need to remove that. So right now it's going to balance. So this is just a check, and you see that you need to always carry out this check as you build your model.
Examples.
Because models are about checks. And why did I do that check? It's because I'm breaking down my other receivables. Look at my other receivables. I'm breaking them into their components, which are all this. You can see when I'm adding, I wasn't adding all these
You need
ones.
to always be sure that
Yes.
the breakdown process doesn't
Doesn't
introduce
affect.
anything external.
So now, this one, if I add all this breakdown, which is starting from this place, if I add this up, I should have the same figure. So 25,564, bam. So I'm having a difference. So this is one thing that we should look at, and that difference is as a result of this bigger one, which you have not brought, long-term staff. This one, they were not brought into that place. So if I take it there, because we've added it to other receivables, so I hold my shift down and I drag it down. I drag it inside the breakdown of other receivables. Oh, that escaped me during the process of dragging. So undo, Ctrl Z. I still hold it down, then I can put it somewhere here. What's happening now? You see it? Hold down my shift key, put it here. I release, so it's going to insert it for me there. So now I'm expecting that the total should then capture the new figure I just brought in. But then it's actually making it too much safe. This is the figure I brought in. Escape. 2 million. So 2 million is actually making it 27, which is too much. So does it mean let me check what we link to under these other receivables. Control open square brackets. Yes, so it's correct. 17. Yeah. Which sheet is this? Input and assumptions. So let's see what is happening to. I'll click another sheet. Let's see what is here. Other receivables. All the same thing. Control open square brackets. So 17. Then this. And so let me go back to other receivables and check again what would be the difference. So this is the breakdown now. You can see if I had not done a check on the total, I know that these figures I have here is what I have in my financials, and I've used it to actually determine the total here, all this total, and I'm seeing a check of zeros, But now I'm now concentrated on the breakdown.
Can I see the formula for the check?
Okay, here. No, I didn't bring cash and cash equivalent here into our working capital. Cash and cash equivalent is already in raw form, so you don't need to bring it in your working capital calculation. So I'm trying to see that the difference between the total I have here and the figure from the SFP, you can see it's linked to the SFP, is actually giving me the value for cash and cash equivalent. And so the cash and cash equivalent, I link it from the SFP as well to compare it with the calculations I just did. And it gave me exactly 0. That's exactly the difference you have here is as a result of cash and cash equivalent, right? So now I now concentrated. I haven't gotten that, and I concentrated on the breakdown of other receivables. So other receivables must total these figures, 17. They must total it because this is what I've used to calculate that check I just did now. So I must have this and this tallying, 36 and this tallying. But right now it is not tallying. So what would be the issue? What could be the issue? So first thing is to first go to the to the note on other receivables and see why they are not actually the same. So I go here and I search for other receivables. The notes on it. Okay, so it should not be this far.
Depends on the year. Abi.
I guess I've passed it. Enter. Okay, so this is it. Trade and other receivable. So the trade receivable, we brought it out, and that's what gave us. This is the trade receivable 13, 18. So for 2021 is 7 and 2020 is 13. So 7 and 13. So that one is there, right?
Yeah.
Then loans to key management personnel, which is the next, which is under, we classify that under other receivables. So that's 30 and 17, 3516 and 17. So that's also there. Then staff loan 2.7 and 2.8. So staff loan, so they follow themselves like that. 2.
Yeah.
Is it correct? Okay, yeah. 2021 is 2.8. 2027 2.7. So that's correct. Then other composition is trade receivable from related parties. So 1.9 from this one, from here 1.9 and 2.7, right? So, but we have extracted it out of this place and given it a line item. So this might be the cost. Maybe we should even do insert a line so that we take the difference. So we know what we are looking at, right? This minus this. So it's 2.3 and 2.5. So we brought this out. Then what else in that position? Deposits 2.8 and 2.7. So deposit 2.7, 2.8. Then allowance for expected credit loss minus 5.50 and 5.164, right? Advance payments, which is this one, 19 and 16 million. Advance payment 19 and 16 million. Then other receivables. Oh, deposit for inputs, for imports. Deposit for import, okay. 19 and 14. Then other receivables 19 and 17. Okay, so this is actually what we've got, except that we have all this total. So what I'm going to do first is to get the total from the financial statements. So before I do this one, remove this one first. The total from the financial statement is trade receivables of 13 and this one, then I put a comma, then we then start from here. Staff loan, all these ones are part of it, so it should give me a total that I have in that notes under trade and other receivables. So the total is 45 and 41, which is wrong. So this is where the issue is. This is where we have the issue. So 13 and 7 is there. 2.7. Oh, 2.74. Trade receivable from related party 2.74 and 1.95. Related party 2.74 and 1.9. So that one too is there. What else? Loans to key management personnel is there. Staff loan is there. Deposit with registrar is there. Allowance for expected credit loss. After deposit is allowance.
How many items are there? So we can compare it.
So all the deposit, yeah, advance payment is there. Deposit for import is there, another issue. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we got 10. So we added one line now. The line I brought down. This one. I think this is a culprit. So let's remove that. So that will be minus long term, this one. So I think it's correct now.
Yeah.
41, 918, 467, 804, 046. So this is what we had from that place, which is fine. So what did we now do? So we brought in this figure, which is amount received from customers on traded assets from long-term receivable. Remember, we brought this in, and we also brought long-term staff receivable in as well. So those are the two things that we need to actually add. We need to add them. So let me see this again. Okay, so actually I think we are right, but we need to actually make it clear so that we won't be double counting anything. So since we've gotten what is composed, and we know that two items are not included. The two items that are not included are amount received from customer traded assets, and this one, long-term staff receivables. So those are the two amounts that we brought in. Okay. So we need to recalculate this so that we can get what our other receivable is from the balance sheet. So from the balance sheet, our other receivable is 25. So in order to get the calculation right, let's recalculate based on what we have seen now. So from here, this one has its own line, so it should be this one is included in it, comma, and this one is included. What else? I think all of this is included in it. So this should be what we should add together. But it is not giving us this 25. We should have this 25. We should have this 25. I don't know whether you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, amount received from customers, we brought it from long-term receivables, so we took it to other receivables. Abi, did we take that? Let's check our SFP. Oh, it's giving its own line. It's not inside other receivables, so we don't need to add it. So we don't need to add this. Then what about long-term staff loan? Do we need to add this one? Long-term staff loan, SFP, is not giving its own line, so it's inside this
Other
list.
receivables.
Yeah. So that one needs to be added, and every other ones. Every other ones needs to be added. So it should then give us, if I'm not adding that, then this would be from so it's still big, still big. So what's the difference? This, and let me take the upper one, minus this.
Still giving us that.
Two-
That same something.
2501288. That figures looks familiar. 25, where is it? Is it? I don't think it's here. It's not here. Yeah,
Yeah, look at it there.
right?
Wait, let me see.
They
Okay.
classify as long-term receivables.
Receivables.
So,
Okay.
which is the makeup of these two? These are the two things that make up that long-term receivables. These two. Loan to key personnel, loan to key
No,
long-term
trade
staff.
assets not there.
Yes, so these two,
Yes.
which is what is giving us 236177, which is this. So it means we have double counted it somewhere here. We have added it twice in here. That's what it means.
Is it inside the other receivables, right?
Yes,
That's what we just.
it's inside this other receivable already. Abi?
If it's inside the other receivables,
Or maybe it's not inside the other receivables that we brought from. Maybe it's not inside here. But our balance sheet is balanced. Because if it's not there, it will not balance.
sorry sir, can we go back to that PDF? Let's see what. Let me just take a look at it. You see the current. Okay.
No, so this one is the under current asset. They took this one to non-current assets. But we have merged it now into just current assets. You understand? So a bit of caution when doing this. And so I'm going to move back to this because our other receivable gave us 22. To give us 22. Let me go to the historicals. Let's see what the 22. So why am I having 25 there? So let me go and change that first, so that we really know what we are looking at.
Which year are you looking at, sir?
2021, 2020.
Okay, there I saw 25 just now.
Yes. So it's not 25.
No, I mean, you checked. I think it was 2019. You checked.
No, this one. Oh, it's 2019, 2018. I checked.
Yes. Is it 2019 or 20? So that 25 is there.
It's there,
On
and
the
the 36. Okay. So something is definitely wrong. How do we come about 2025? That's the
That should
first
be-
point.
That should be in the workings now. When you are trying to separate.
Yeah, when we're trying to separate. And what did we separate? We just, out of 48, we just removed, out of this total, where is the total? So out of this total, we just remove trade receivables. So if I remove trade receivables, trade receivable is up. Yes, this one. We just remove trade receivables from this, and we got other receivables. So this was our other receivables before here, and we then added to it. So how come we're having 36? Something is definitely wrong here. Okay, so how we got 26, we remove some other things. Like this one. No, this one. We remove this out of it. So that made us get that 36. So I'm going to remove minus and come and remove, where's that figure? Related party. Receivable from related party. Good. So that's how we got 3478. 3478.
Okay. That first sheet that you did the importation of that this thing, there's this particular where you did, I think through Power Query.
No,
The
we've gone past power query now. Okay, you mean we should go back and see how we splitted it?
the thing.
Okay.
That place, that Power Query site, or maybe it could be.
No, it can't be. We can't go back to power query now. It should be. Was it when we were doing rearrangement, restructure?
Yeah, restructuring. That restructuring.
Okay.
That is where it is.
Okay, so maybe this one. This is where we did restructure of the
Financial
assets.
position.
Select your pin, and that's why you need to keep track of. See the way I kept
Yes.
a copy of each of them. So here, this is where we separated it.
Okay.
Trade. So we brought this line. We brought other receivables too. So these three is what make up trade and other receivables. 43,302.
Okay.
Which we are having 43,302. Can you see that? 43 under current 43,302
Okay.
758. That was what was under current. So if you look at this new one we just open, we still maintain our long-term receivables line. So these three make up trade and other receivables current.
Okay.
Why this is the long-term portion 2501. 2501 is the current part, and so it added to this. So that's how. The only thing we now did is to move this one into other receivables. You see?
Okay.
So, and what did we add to this 3397? It's just one item out of this 2501, which is the traded assets. So, if I go back to the current one, note that this one is giving me 43,302.
For 2021.
But no, note the other receivable figure.
Okay, 33,977.
Well, I need to add something to this so that we'll get the new. So,
The new order receivables.
yes, the new other receivable. So if I move up a bit, so like I said, what we need to add, what we added was 205,251, which is the traded receivable. So if we had this, copy this, and we had this to this 33, what we are going to get at equals to is just this 33 and this 2. So we should have 34. We should have 34. Oh wait, we didn't have this traded asset inside this. The one we added is this long staff. So it is this figure I'm supposed to copy. Long staff. paste 36,273,199. This is the figure we should be having. 36,273,199. So I go back.
See,
This
guys,
is so this is the figure we should have, which is what is in our financial statement of financial position that made it to balance. This is what we should have, you know. So we have actually know that this figure is right. But how do we then get all the composition of other receivables to give us those two figures that we added here, which is the one we brought from here, remove it from here, we added it to other receivables, you know.
Okay.
And this is the composition of other receivables we should have as at now. So I'm going to copy these two figures, that these are the figures I'm looking at, and take it here, just for me to see, you know. So without adding this 2296, I should have this 33 for my other receivables. So let's go fetch it out. So what I'm going to do is other receivable will begin from this, I guess.
Wait, other receivable.
No, it won't have this. So loan to key management personnel. What is this one? Yeah, this one is there. So comma, but this is not there. So all other ones are there. So this should give me 36. It's giving me 36. Because this 2296 is this one.
Yes.
You should total this. So let's see that breakdown of. So it should give us so loan to key management personnel, we added that, right? Let me close this one. This one has done the job we want to use it for. Okay. Close now. Cancel. Okay. So if I do this again, okay, so we've got 30516, which is inside my summation. 30516, 2839 and 1952. 2839. Where is the 1952? This one.
Yeah, from related parties.
So, which is this? Meaning I need to add this guy. You know? So if I do this, comma, and I add this guy, continue. What else? 2801 and minus. So 2801 minus 51. Then 19923, yes, 14340, 1708, and that is it. So this is even increasing it. Remove it. So if this is what we have, I'm expecting us to have this same thing here.
39,555.
Yeah, because we have added all this. Oh no, not 39, no. Not 39. Which, if we subtract the total of all this, because this one they included trade receivables in here. If we get 41 and we subtract trade receivables,
Receivables,
we
yeah.
will get the composition of this. So let's see whether we are going to have that. So if I
Wait.
had
So that trade receivable, what is it? Does it include?
7 45 8, so it's not giving us 804. It should give us this 45. Oh, it gave us 45 804 046. 45 804 046. So that's what is composed of the trade and other receivables. So it means that figure is correct. It means this figure we got is correct, because this plus this 7 will give us that total trade receivable and other receivables. So meaning that this is correct. This is correct. But now we have set aside this 1952209. So what we should have is this. Out of this now, because in this one we have added this, so we are removing it so that we can derive this one. So we are getting this, which if we subtract this and this, so
2501.
so what is this 25? Yeah, this figure is familiar, which is what I saw the other time. So what is this? Long term.
25.
Long time again, meaning that this long term has been double counted somewhere. This long term has been double counted somewhere. Because which is that long term receivable, and we have splitted it. And the split is these traded assets and this loan to key management personnel. So does it mean it shouldn't be embedded here? Oh, we didn't consider it. We didn't consider it, but then we have considered it here. Do you understand? Traded assets is not considered. This one too is not considered. So if we then add it up, I guess we'll get what we are looking for now. So this, comma, and this. So I'm not expecting to see any difference here. Or does it mean I didn't have the right thing? I did the right thing. Something is happening. We have double counted somewhere. This is what we have. Yes, 25, which is the addition of these two. So if I escape this one, and this one, 250128. So this is the difference now. Oh, am I subtracting? I think I'm subtracting. This minus this minus this. So it's a subtract because it's embedded inside. So it's a subtract. So I guess we are fine. So this is just confirming these figures, because as you move them around, at the end it might not tally.
That is just
So you must always do this check and balance. Very, very important. Very, very important. You can't do without doing this check and balance. It's very, very important. So what I'm going to do right now is, I think I've gotten it for this. I need to replicate for this. So I'll just copy and paste. So that's what I should have. So for these 2 years, I think I'm okay. So what is the difference? What did I do here? Oh, so we are still having some few difference between. So I'm expecting this figure and this figure to tally then.
Difference between the two is 564.
It shouldn't have any difference. This one should not have any difference. Even this one. Yes, I subtracted this, I subtracted this. Three, 4, 3, 380. Should not even come up. But then, I guess what I did here should be our guiding principle. This minus that.
Excuse me. I think if you look at the other receivables, Abi,
Yeah.
we look at their composition in that PDF again. Let's see where
No, the composition is this. This is the composition.
Okay.
These are all the composition. Remember that it gave us this 33,977. So if you check again, you will see we get that 33,977 the other time. 43,302. So if you had trade receivables 2021 and other receivables, we said the other receivables is this. Then there is one more thing that we need to add. I guess this.
Yeah, for 3302.
So that's what gave us this 33,302. So these three things are the composition of what we have in the PDF. So now these ones have been splitted into this is now our other receivables. So our other receivables should total this one plus what we brought in from long-term receivable, which is 2501 and 296. So let me try and do that.
That's one of the challenges in this.
So if I had this plus our new additions plus this 296. What is this not coming? Wow. 3647. This is actually the figure I should have here. Something is still happening, which you will not get. Because I continue like this will amount to just taking any figures to project, and at the end of the day it will not tally. And I don't want to be a party to that. So let me see this very well. These three, 1, 2, and 3 gave me 43,302. So 43,302 plus this one and 45,804. 446. 45,804,446. So what then happened? So these are the figures that we should normally have. So if I remove this, the total I should have should be, um, so I need to get what these other ones will total. The breakdown of other receivable should actually total this 33. Do you understand what I'm doing?
Yeah. Let me try to get the PDF. So that's one of the challenges in this analysis.
This and this. But this breakdown is giving 36. You should give this 33,977. Oh, it's giving this because we've added.
There's something we added there.
So this one plus this 36,478,449, which is this. Then this one should give us 33. Okay. Oh, I see. I think I get now. So what I'm going to do is to just take loan to key minus staff, yes. Then this one.
Which one is the other receivables down again?
No, it's inside the breakdown. It's inside the breakdown, the PDF. Can't you see?
Oh, okay.
They didn't define it, so that's what they do. Okay, so if I had this 36, which is what I should have.
Wait, that 205, 250, is that the difference is the amount receivable from trade assets? Look at it there. Look at the difference there.
Which one?
The 205, 250.
Okay.
We'll look at the amount receivable from
Now we're
customers.
getting somewhere. Yes.
Trade assets.
Yes.
So it means
This
that if
one.
it has to balance with that one, it has to be out of that place.
So it means that it's embedded inside this place.
Yes.
Then I need to go and look at what this figure, this long-term receivable. Maybe we have not subtracted something. What is the long-term receivable in our SFP first? Because what's their long-term receivable? 25. And now we have subtracted it. This is the long-term receivable. Where is it now?
Did they give a separate note for it?
Yeah, there's a separate note. And it's from the separate note that we brought out the
Trade assets, I mean.
the trade assets and long-term staff receivable. So long-term staff receivable is addition of this
And
this.
that's, yes.
So I'm moving down.
And the other one, yeah.
251 and 28. So
Yeah.
which is fine, And here we didn't add it because it's long term. These two are long term. These are the current asset ones, which you are fine with. But now that it is now giving us this.
I see what we are trying to do.
Oh, I've seen it now. I've seen it. So we need to eject this 205 from this figure
From that figure.
because we have given it a line item.
Yes, now.
You know.
We've given it already.
So this minus 205.
So
So
we are getting closer now.
we've gotten
We've
it.
gotten
already.
this. So it's
So all
just
these
that one.
ones are, yeah, it's just that one. All these ones are, can you imagine?
The issue of closer. You know, sir, you remember when I called you for something some
Yeah.
time ago about one tax something that I was checking for somebody.
Yeah.
Each of the years, if you are copying across to the right, it's not just the same way. For example, you have tax credit, you have that thing really destabilize the work. So if they will put, if you are looking at the notes, you are looking at what you've extracted already, you will see that you will see plus positive in tax. What will now be the effect? Doesn't mean you are going to add it or you are going to deduct it. So those are the things that used to take one's time. Mostly
Other receivable check. Total other receivables.
has any of them submitted apart from Adia?
Nobody, those ones.
So
Okay, so this is total receivables and other receivables. Okay, I believe this will help. Where is this man?
using it, we went to use it.
Okay.
Restroom.
Okay, so why is coming? Let me extract for these other years. Staff loan 2019. 2019. I think I need to stop that. I need to stop this recording. Because it will be too long.
Let me see. Auntie, I know the person that. Okay. We met before. Sorry, sir.
Okay, yeah. So 2019, I guess we've done 2019, Abi? Oh, 2019 and 2018. So let me take this. Staff loan 2019 is this figure. I said if they are much, it would have been easier to get these figures fast.
Yeah.
Trade from related party. I think we've gotten that. Related party, yeah, that one has been gotten. Deposit 2019. Deposit 2019.
Yeah.
This. Then allowance for credit loss. So this copy. I've got it here. Then advance payments.
Payment for suppliers.
Yes. The former is using us to do
Me? No, I'm trying to open the 2020 statement so I'll follow this out.
Yeah,
Okay.
got into now one small thing like that way just because they do us like table tennis.
yeah.
Is it something that is one thing with these figures where they do all this analyze, add here, deduct here. Those are the things that used to, if one is not careful,
Everything just scatter.
just scatter. And one small thing.
If you are the type that does not have
Patience, that patience.
you just pack it up.
Yeah,
That's just it.
and
I
at
think
every
that was what
point,
happened to me when I confused those figures.
Mm.
And I could not, I just said, let me go.
They say smoke. They can't smoke. We go they come on conversing bread. They don't use smoke.
Especially when you are tired, you just
You know, say everything is just coming to.
loans to key management personnel. So I'm just copying them now, putting them on the Excel sheets. No, staff loan is what I should copy. Staff loan, which is this. Copy, paste, Ctrl V, and I move down to deposits. Deposits, not this one. Then this now. Escape. Okay. Allowance. Copy. Ctrl V. Then advance payments. This one. Then deposits for imports. Copy. Paste. And other receivables. Yep. Paste. Okay, so if I copy this, Ctrl C, Ctrl V, and so I'm seeing that seeing some difference
Okay, I
there.
think that order is
Which one?
it's the same thing as the deposit.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's
So,
only 905, 3
oh, you don't copy.
905 So that's okay.
Paste. Okay. Then 2017. I did this. Something is burning. Am I safe? Yoruba says if the house is burning,
Is it like
And
cable
your-
also?
yeah, like cable, you perceive it, have you? That if the house is burning and your children too are inside the fire, you should first take care of yourself first. Alright. So what's this? I'm supposed to see long. Okay, this is so staff loan is this. Staff loan, okay. Deposits. I don't know why they don't want to do annual report for this year.
Deposit we got this. That's 1.7.
So, then allowance. Okay. Then advance payments to suppliers. Deposit for
Write
imports.
down paste as text.
Okay.
The bracket here.
That is why you will know where the item is a text. I mean text is a it's going to apply the format here.
Other receivables and paste. Okay, so this one, just remove this and go in front and put a negative. So I need to put the check to be sure that
Are we not going to remove the negatives?
we are going to. So we are going to see now. But you need to first do this cross check I'm doing. It's very, very important for you to do this cross check. Very, very important. Because if you just continue to build without doing that cross check, oh God, you will just find out that you don't understand what is happening. And at the end of the day, your balance sheet will not balance.
Also,
You know. So all this check is important. As you are moving figure to the input sheet, always cross check them. And if you notice, you'll see that I always do them where it's even important to do them. Like here, I see I did a check here. I think I did up to for revenue. Yes, so there is need for that check all the time when you are doing just to be on the safer side. Okay, now that you have done your check and you have seen that yes, this is everything is correct. You can see from here, I just bring it up a bit.
So that one you check, is it the one you carried from the statement of profit or loss?
No, I think this is another one. So this is now the difference between what you saw in the notes
Okay.
and what is on the financial statement. You understand? So there's a difference of one between what they put in the notes, because
Okay.
it's in the notes of the account we extracted all these ones,
Yeah.
you know. And this one was what we brought out from the financial statements.
Okay.
So-
There's a difference of one.
It's a difference of one, and you at every point in time, as an analyst, you need to fix that one. You know, yes, it's minute, it's given, you know, but you need to fix it so that it won't cause any difference in your report. So if you look,
how do you fix it?
you can fix anywhere
Oh.
or anywhere in the components here, you know. So I'm going to look at
So you just did total other receivables minus other receivables to get the 0001.
yes, you know. Because the total other receivable is from the note, total of all the notes to the account, while the other one is linked from their FSP, you know. So, and so now if you look at the figures, look at the total, this is 198 and this one is 199.
mm.
And this is the one that it's actually here. Other receivables, where are you? Can you see that it is the 199 in the financial statement that actually made it to balance? So, and so you need to also look down that it's 0 in your balance sheet here, it's 0. So it is only in your inputs that you actually need to make it balance and correct it to this one, not correcting it to this one. Do you understand?
But you not balance.
Because it will through that one. So, and the composition
So
of this.
maybe they added that one to balance it. If their notes is giving us.
No, it might be it's rounding error. This one is it's rounding error.
Allocated to become one.
No, it's rounding error. It's rounding error.
I think it's because of that 205, 251. You know, the other one was giving us 250.
So like this one. So now he was able to note that this is 205. But where did we get this 205 from?
It is, you know, it's not a long time something.
Look at it. Let's see it here.
205 something.
So, okay, let me go to the long-term receivables and see, because that's for the fact that you're able to note that that's where the issue is, but you can add it anywhere. So you can see
It's correct, yes.
205, 251.
Okay.
So that's why I said you can add it anywhere, but always note that it's only those figures that have 199 that could be where that figure needs to be added. You know, probably due to rounding error. So if you look at all these ones, you see that none of them is close to that 9 for it to amount to. Another thing is where they are dividing it by 3. You know, you have 0.0333333. So it might be they now put it at 4, 3, 4, you know.
Those rounded.
So just put it anywhere. So I'm going to add it to escape. I'm going to add it to this last one because this last one is not actually defined. They just put it as other
That
receivables.
is very, yeah.
So I'm going to add it to this one and I'll call this one 7.
So it's gone.
You know, so that's gone, and we've got our figures right. So then we just need to start then projecting now, establishing our forecast so that we'll be sure. So this one, long-term receivables, has been broken down and added to current assets. And so I'm going to remove all this. So current assets all the way from inventory. So how do we then establish forecast for inventory? So I'm going to insert. So for inventory, you need to get the inventory days, you know, inventory days. So I've started the main thing. This is the main thing, inventory days. And to determine inventory days, you will need the cost of sales, you know. So cost of sales, let me go up. Cost of sales, where are you, where are you, where are you? So these are cost of sales. Yep. This one. These are cost of sales, which I'm linking here. So that's not what I'm supposed to link. The values, the row label. Okay. So if I copy this, these are the costs of sales. Control R. And so, what is the formula for inventory days? That's the next thing we need to ask ourselves. So, it is your inventory divided by cost of sales and multiplied by what? 360.
So you're doing it.
I'm doing
It's
what?
supposed to be 85 over G85 over G86.
I don't understand.
You say inventory over cost of sales.
No, you
Alright.
first use G86.
Oh, sorry. So it should be our inventory divided by cost of sales. Yeah. Multiply by. Where's our 365? I think we have a general assumption somewhere. Yeah. So 365. So if you like, you can bring the 365 closer down there so that it can multiply, and that's what I actually like, you know, so that I know what I'm doing. I mean, so that anyone that picks my assumption actually know that it is based.
To travel far and wide to see.
Yeah.
So you're bringing closer.
Okay,
Yeah.
some people prefer to name
To do what?
that particular. Like they'll use a name, just do times, then the name
I
will
like
come
that.
out days of the year, something like that.
Yeah, so you can also use that, but the first standard actually advised against having too many names in your model.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can only use naming minimally.
Okay, like
Not-
you name the row for days. So when you
Mm.
just
So you
Unless-
just put the name times,
You won't say that
whatever,
name, something
you know. So the standard advice against it, and that's why you don't see me prepare model and use name all the time. I can only use a few times, but not all every linking I'm doing. I'm putting, you know, because linking the cell has its own benefits, and linking to a name range also have its own benefits. Too much of name ranges in your model, it's how will I put it now?
can actually be confusing.
It's going to be confusing, number
So
one.
many,
you know.
you can pick one for another one.
Yes. And another thing is
Yeah,
that
also how you named it.
you need somebody who actually understands where to go and look up that name,
Mm-hmm.
or if they want to change it, to know that it needs to go to name manager and go and change the name, you know. So modification of your model, it's not flexible because it didn't make it easier for people to change.
Doesn't mean that it's too complex for.
It's not too complex, too much of it that will make it way much. But if you use it few times, then it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I can do the calculation now. Inventory divided by cost of sales multiplied by days. So this one is better than just linking up there, you know. So now we've got on average they started 64 days, so it takes them 64 days to actually push out their inventory out for sales. And in 2018, 60 days they reduced it. Then in 2019 it went up. And I know you can give reason why it went high here. COVID, right? 2020.
Inventory staying long in their warehouse.
Because who are you going to sell to? You know. So also here too, you know, aftermath of the COVID period. They also had
that
this.
period that people were really like.
Mhm. So, well, what do you call it? In their chairman's report and director's report, they said COVID affected them, and this is what you can see as analysts. That look, this figure is a reason why they said it actually affected them. You know, that they couldn't push as much out because when they produce in their production location, they distribute. But because of COVID, they limited movement, you know, and so they couldn't even sell more of their product out, so they keep more. So that's the impact. And if you ask me, for a company, they have not kept their product times 2 of what they used to, even though it's close, because times 2 of 60 is 120, and this is close to 120 already, but here it's reduced, you know. So you can say it's worse off during COVID, yes, but they are now trying to bring it down, you know, gradually. So you can see the effect as analysts. That's how we interpret figures when you see them, and the situation on ground, you know. And when we read the director's report, and the director is saying in this period we are highly impacted by COVID and the exchange rate, and you see it in figures. You see it in figures when you look at trends, you know. So now the onus is now on you as analysts to then say, okay, going forward, now that COVID is no more there, do you think they are going to be holding their product for this 2 period, for this number? Do you understand what I mean? So of course not. So you cannot project using average of 111 Babu. You can't, because the situation that brought about this is no more there.
Yeah.
And this is post-COVID.
Yeah, we're out of COVID.
That was not a normal event.
It's not a normal event. So the best bet you can do is to do an average of these 3 years, which is 68, and I project that going forward, 68. But another analyst can come up and say, look, it's not going to happen suddenly. They are not going to go back to what they were all of a sudden, you know. That is going to ease out gradually. And so that mentality, the guy can then begin to say, okay, this is going to be 90, and it's going to ease gradually. This is going to be 85. Do you understand what I mean? Do a reduction over time rather than a fixed.
For instance, during COVID, so many companies started working from home.
Mm-hmm.
So, like for me,
Sir, like this
the
thing
amount I
was
spend
just
on
done.
fueling my car every week.
After the COVID, they say it's a new normal. It's not the new normal. The new normal, meaning that
some lessons have been learned. COVID has made us to realize certain things.
Yes.
You know, and so I was talking to a CEO after COVID. He said most of his staff are working from home, and he doesn't see the need of paying for office rent.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
right now, so
Some
I'm
they
saying,
even sublet.
yes,
Yes.
part of the if they are owned by them. So what he said is, I don't need to pay for that rent. I just need to go and get a warehouse where we stock our things. And anyone wants to go to site, go to the warehouse,
And
pick,
pick.
go and we
Just to avoid
communicate.
that
And that's
cost.
what the guy has been doing.
Wow.
Yes, now.
So the
And
guy has
saving a lot of
reduced
costs.
rent.
Hmm.
So that's the new normal that has happened to businesses.
The landlord will go, you think he is going to...
And now that is just it.
But someone who needs the accommodation will then come, but not him, because he's trying to cut costs.
Like me, when I was going to the office, I was spending a minimum of an average of 10K weekly on filling my car. 10K
See?
weekly. But
But now-
since then, so definitely that would have impacted the
Yeah,
sales of-
there are some people that are still working from home till now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
I am still working from home.
So
Yeah.
not like me that we're going to the office all the time. So it's
So
quite.
I totally agree. That thing cannot just jump back to where
Yeah. So we then ease it this way. Don't forget, my conclusion is to get to where the average is telling me, which is 68, right? You know. So this is easing over time. Okay, so those are days
Oh,
or
sorry,
Sir,
Sorry.
yeah.
Please go.
okay,
After you.
can I?
No, after yes.
Okay, I made mention of something. They say this forecast formula used that will that will tell us how the trend will be in the coming year. That is in the forecast period.
Yeah.
So you said that place is we're not supposed to use a formula.
Yes.
We're not supposed to use formula. So can we just do the forecast, copy and paste it there?
Yes, copy and paste.
Which forecast?
But copy and paste as values.
Yes, copy and paste as values.
So this is what he's
Doesn't
saying. This is why I say yes instead of this.
Sorry.
So control 1.
This.
Okay, so what he's saying is, you see this one I've used formula to derive the trend, right?
Okay.
So, but here I didn't put the formula.
Me too, I was about to ask.
So in your forecast, no formula, please. No formula.
The forecast.
No formula. Because these are things you can change.
Yeah.
So if we are talking about growth rates now, yes, I have looked at 10%, over year on year. So I cannot do formula and say this one plus this thing.
This is it. This is the growth rate on revenue. No formula.
No formula.
But here, when you went to derive it, yes, you use formula to derive. But in the forecast period, please no formula, because these are your assumptions that is subject to change.
Change, exactly.
So you are making your model flexible to accommodate any changes. But when you put formula in there, then there's no changes at all that you are expecting.
Okay, and his question now, leads me to what I wanted to ask earlier. That this forecast, especially for that inventory days
Okay?
that we did, what is the logic? Like if somebody is asking me, okay, how did you arrive at this thing? Because I have somebody that has done something for me now. It's projecting that this cash flow, we will take out this loan in 6 years.
Okay.
Me, I'm asking him, this cash flow that you are projecting, how are you certain that we're going to give? At least, with some degrees of error, but how did you arrive at this? You are certain that this asset will produce this and then generate this cash flow that will pay this loan in this number of years. And so that's the same thing here. Now, how do we now say, okay, logically, we got these 90 days, this, we reduced that, over that period. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in forecasting, what should be is there any, or we just arbitrarily, subjectively just, okay, we should reduce by this? Or there are some indications, maybe in the financial report, that we can look at?
Yeah, so that's why I said when modelers are forecasting, they are forecasting based on the knowledge that they have and also based on the information available to them. You know, take for instance, I do not know whether there is COVID. No information at all. I don't know that there is COVID. Maybe I'm living in the Mars and I just came back to Earth, you know, and I'm doing this forecast. What I would do is just to do the average. I don't care, and I will go with average of 85 all through. So information makes us as modeler to do our forecasts to be in line with reality. It is because I have the knowledge, and because the chairman also stated it in his report that COVID affected us. And I said, oh, if COVID affected you and now there is no COVID, you can't jump back to what you had before, all of a sudden. And so that is the reasoning that's the point of reasoning of modelers. You know, why some modeler will tell you that, look, if COVID is removed today, this company will jump back to it. And that's why when different modelers pick the same case study to model, their assumption is going to be different because it is based on the information they have at hand.
Yeah, the modeler can say if the company goes into aggressive marketing,
Yes,
you can push
you
out.
can push out this thing fast, you know. And another modeler can say, oh, this company they have the network already. It's just for this ban to be lifted, and they push it out, you know. So that either by employing more personnel to push this thing out on fast. So an additional cost is them and pushing, because you have related the projection here on impacting an additional cost which you need to bring in. So that's how it works. You know. I hope I've answered the question.
Absolutely.
So if we are returning back from new normal, if we are going to a new normal, it means that it will take us time to actually come up, like from that 1 and 2 days now. You can see from 119, it's coming down to 102. So we expect that it will not just return back to the 60 days, 64 days that we used to. So there must be an action that should be taken. Otherwise, the trend will continue in that manner.
Yeah. But don't forget that the trend, I don't want to know the trend that wants to come and they will do 40 days. Except I have information. Yeah, because your history cannot lie. Except you have a new information you want to tell me. I say, oh, we are implementing this, what they call it, this inventory system that is going to, as we are buying our raw material, we are pushing it out, and we've discovered a new market that needs our product. So none of our products is going to
market,
you know,
the new market.
So
because if people during COVID have been doing without your product, what will now make them start grabbing because they ban like,
you know, so that's it. That's it.
Will not come back.
You know.
So you need to
So you can't do below. You can't do below. You need to give me. I need to be convinced as an analyst. I need to have a new information that will make me project a better
forecast.
A better forecast, because your history cannot lie. That's what you are doing currently, and that's why when people ask me questions and I say things, they will think I have one brain from. I have one brain that they cannot discover, and I said this thing is simple. It is the figures that's telling me that you have been doing this before. So why will I project this? You know. Now take for instance you are the modeler and maybe one of the director that has stake in the project you are building the model for says, look, guy, I have seen your model. Please project 30 days. What will you do? Because I have been confronted with things like that over time.
30 days. If you are telling me I should project 30 days,
and they will tell you, you have 1 million, I have 1 million for you.
Sir, if he's telling me 30
so
days, not for the fact because I'm working to get that money, you understand? But let's just be reasonable about what you are.
And don't forget your name is on the model.
Yes.
And if they implement your model and it's not this guy said our inventory should be like this. We should not be having so much inventory at this time. But look at it now, we're having much inventory. What is happening? You know?
Interesting.
So that's why what they have been doing over time, that it is clear that this is where you are. If I project that and you continue to do like that, it will not be far from it.
Exactly.
But when I project something abnormal, either positively or negatively, it will show.
Okay, what will you do in such a case? The rest of this change.
You mean you are directing the question back to me?
I know I'm asking because I have a situation now. The
Okay.
real estate company.
Okay.
You know, and if they want to sell, they are selling land, it's just like people and the rest. There's some customers that do instrumental basis.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you supposed to recognize those revenue, the installment that the customer have paid, whereas you've not transferred the ownership of that land?
I mean,
So the client is saying we have to recognize our revenue. And we are saying no, we can't recognize our revenue. Highest you can do is do that deferred.
You can
Until
recognize our
when?
revenue, but there will be right of return.
So that's another. So it now depends on, is it a lease arrangement or is it an outright purchase arrangement? So if it is an outright purchase arrangement, then the person you have not gotten any money. You have not earned that revenue, because the revenue, if it is an outright purchase, the ownership of that item needs to transfer. You need to have a receipt and say we have given this person this land, measured, blah blah blah. You know.
Instrumental real estate this thing, until you finish the installments, they won't allocate land.
So the company cannot
Yes.
recognize that installment as. So it is going to be deferred.
In fact, some of them will not even after paying everything, they will still not give you the land until they are ready to build.
So
They will say if they allocate a land for you now and you leave it. So any prospective investor coming into the estate will just see, empty land
they resell.
everywhere. So we just see building there, empty land there. So they want people who are ready to build. So when you enter the estate, they are seeing buildings.
So that estate will be marketable.
And of course, and as you are seeing buildings, that's how the value of the land
Will be appreciated, yeah.
But when you just come in, one house here, you go like 20 plots, no building.
So the client doesn't want to agree to that my consulting partner is on the same side as the client. And we are like, there's no way we can go around this.
Because you want to give somebody a goat. You have said this is the goat. You are still holding the rope.
I even had to call somebody that
You didn't
bought
leave
the
the rope.
Unless the
me,
ownership has been transferred before you can recognize.
And you have collected money.
I don't know. Maybe
And it's remain for you to leave the goat to go and meet the person. But you are holding the rope.
but for me, really, I think that right of return would be, because at the end of the day, if you fail to meet the installments, then definitely we're going to return, the fund. But at a reduced, it's not going to be.
Okay, for right of return that you mentioned, if you are to go back to right of return must be stated in the contract.
Oh, of course, that's how you
know,
have to be creative
And
about
that the product has been taken by the customer. Not that you have not given the
You have
product
not
out.
given the product out.
Eh,
Yes, exactly.
But the
there's
customer
a
can return
technicality.
it.
There's a technicality. Yes, so I have 10 hectares of land to sell.
Okay.
And so you have approached me to buy a plot. As customers are coming to buy a plot, I am already calculating, because I have just 10 hectares.
Okay.
I cannot sell beyond 10 hectares. Yes, I have not given you the land, but I'm already somewhere. It's already registered that one plot is out.
Hey, that's in your own. That's in your own.
So that's the technicality. So it can be brought into the contract. Because I cannot be, okay, for 4 years, let's assume for 4 years, you're going to be paying for it. I cannot for 4 years not recognize any revenue because I'm doing installments. Because as I'm signing agreement with you, I'm reducing it from what I have. Like 10 hectares minus one plot, 10 hectares minus 2 plots.
Yes,
I think
get
where
you.
you need to deal with that aspect is
I get where and this usually come in practice. in practice, particularly for construction company, I've worked with one before. If they are on one construction for a long time and they've not finished the construction, and
So, so.
the client has not paid any money, so they are also stalling on it. But yet they want to recognize revenue, because in the financials for that year they want something to come in to show. They want to show investors that we are actually working.
Yeah.
We have some contracts,
Absolutely.
So I understand that part, because those things come in practice and say, oh, how can we have all this? We have people that have shown interest in this thing and they have paid money now.
Yeah.
So why will we have zero as revenue, and as cash we are having more money, and you are recognized as deferred income? So instead of you having revenue and the cash, you are now having revenue and liability. So that discussion always come up, and so what you said is what should I say, what the management usually do in practice, but that doesn't mean that it is right.
I understand.
Yes. So it's just managing the situation on ground.
I think it has to do with how the lawyers, capture the terms of the
Contracts, yes.
Yes, physical allocation, physical transfer of the asset has not taken place. But somewhere, that transfer has taken place.
Yes.
Because I'm issuing receipt, as you are paying me your 1,000 every month, I'm giving you receipts. And so in the contract, it must have been documented that yes, this land, you have one plot of land with a reality. But
like you said, if I paid, let's say 10% installments, you don't give me the land, compared to when I pay 80% of the installments, and still you have not given me the land. Now, if you compare 10% and 80%, someone that has paid 80%, you should recognize that, because that one person is sure that you want to fully pay.
But somebody 10%, it's already recognized.
But somebody,
something with us.
Yes, of course it's recognized. That's why we did cash and we are owing you.
Yeah.
Because we can pay you back.
Of course. Like as if you borrowed the money.
So treating it that way means that it is dicey. You may not complete it, and we are liable to pay you back your money. So, but for somebody comparing this, someone that has paid 80%, even if that person says he's not paying again, don't you think that person has paid a larger chunk of that land and is to be allocated his land? Even if it's not going to be complete 120 by 60, it should be some portion. Because from your own point as the seller, returning such huge amount of money is also something you don't want to experience from your cash.
Exactly.
That's why
somehow
to reduce the size
I'm saying this because I've been involved with some of these ad loans, whatever. So I know that is their model. But what I'm saying is there's always a penalty attached if you fail to meet up.
Okay.
So you cannot get the entire 80% back.
Okay.
And of course, so right from the word go, you know that if you fail to meet up this thing within this period of time, in fact, if you are going to extend the period agreed, you are going to increase what you pay.
If in the contract they put that installment paid is non-refundable, then I would say recognize it as revenue.
Nobody will sign that.
So,
but they will say installment paid less. I think Adron homes, they do like 30%. You forfeit 30%. So they have made it so stringent that you force yourself, even if you have to go and borrow the money, except you want to lose that sizable chunk of your money.
So I think that's why they're recognizing it, because that's also sending a signal that they are actually giving ownership to you, but then if you then decline that ownership, this amount you have paid or 30% of the amount you have paid,
Yeah.
you are not. So I feel that it is that 30% that they cannot refund that they can recognize.
Exactly.
Compared to the
That's why I
old.
said you can now do
Exactly.
right of return. Out of this amount that you have paid, 30% is certain. If you decide to cancel,
Good.
30% is certain, so you can recognize that as
Yeah,
30%.
revenue,
As
yeah.
revenue. But right of return, the 70% will always be there, as still part of maybe your stock or whatever. I mean, how do they treat it? I can't remember. But that right of return will be there to recognize.
I get what you're saying
portion
now.
that can be,
Yeah, so
that
you know-
you may have to refund.
You know, in
It
finance,
depends on the contract terms, really.
That's why I said
Yeah.
the lawyers have to be very creative now to capture those times. So
Yeah.
that-
That's not the reason why they should be carrying the finance people along. They shouldn't just use one jargon to go and write somewhere and do just with the
Sometimes,
that's all.
Sake, sometimes
Yeah.
some people use what they call sale. It doesn't mean outright sale. It means that you have a car that you're
Okay.
giving out, but it's not that car has left your compound. Then the bank, for example, you go to a bank to collect a loan, and the bank says that they have put that car is under, what do they call it? That you
Collateral.
use as collateral. Some finance people will say it's a sale, but it's not really a sale where it has to do with exchange of goods. Or am I is it in line with what you are trying to say? Or maybe I'm moving outside.
No, they are different. They are different.
Um,
What you are trying
what
to
I mean
say
is that-
is what they are trying to say is it's a refinancing. You have bought the car. So
Exactly.
in banking power, that's a refinancing. You use your money to buy the car, but you need money. So you are trading the car. Bank, take this car, give me cash. But the bank will say, I'm not into the business of buying and selling car. Keep the car. Or if you default, I'll come and collect my car.
Exactly.
So that's refinancing. It's
So that
different
you are just like you are collecting that money,
from-
but you will pay back and collect your car.
Yes, when you return my
That
money.
is the
with
word.
interest.
That is the word they use. And even recently, even in other aspects of life, like there was a particular transaction that happened in what they call it in this football world. They say they sold 24% something of their studios.
Yeah, that's
Meaning
like
that-
Barcelona.
Yes, of their studios. So
Oh,
some people now
right,
say
yeah.
no, they don't sell them. I say that word they use sale is word that you cannot understand.
It's financing.
So if they are saying sale and they are now saying that they will be in control of that asset for so years until they take it back, it means that it is not just an outright
Right,
sale whereby the right of the decision is being forfeited.
They just
They
use
will still be paying.
25% as security for the money the buyer gave them.
Yes,
That's
Okay,
so
okay.
if you
Oh,
default,
I see.
you
I see.
own
That is
25%.
that is what we're talking
That's
about. So the
financial
terminology.
creativity. You have to be creative.
Yeah, because in finance you just have to be creative because situation on ground is not in line with what the IFRS itself has put out.
Yes.
It's a different ball game. I mean I've been told by one of the directors that we want a lorry that we use in distributing our goods. We won it through a competition. You know. So how do you then treat this? Brand new.
Wow.
They give us all the documents, you know, but we didn't buy it.
So how do you know treat that?
How do you want to put the lorry in your book?
So how do you then put it in your book?
Your
You know?
no corresponding entry. You can the PP will go up.
The people will
Or
go
your
up.
capital.
Mhm.
What are you doing?
So normally cash will reduce if we have
Yes.
bonds.
But it's still the same.
So that I say well the PPE can increase.
It reflects the.
You know, but now no cash is increasing.
Mhm.
So how do we then treat
No
it?
liability.
You know?
No, it's
So-
like it's a gift. It's a gift.
Yeah, so it's just like it's a gift. Now, giving woo. Don't forget that on the other side of the balance sheet, we have equity,
Yes.
which are the owners.
Exactly.
Yes.
If you give anybody, if you give a company anything, you are giving the owners hope,
Exactly.
It's
you
true.
know.
Mm.
So now, where in the equity side, where should you come? Should you come as share capital, or should you come, you know? You understand? So the person is now, the director is now saying, look, it is coming from your cash. Just set the cash aside. and we owners will share it.
Mm.
You know, which makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
But some other person say, look, no, that far,
Faho.
no, that so you want to start embezzling the money. This money that you want to set aside, wouldn't it be useful for day-to-day running activities?
So what is
So
this?
why
They
will
should
the
boost their-
shareholders-
they should boost their equity. They should, instead of sharing the cash. they should
You know,
use-
so
That's what I was
so
thinking.
what we
Give
now
Is it that they want to sell the lorry? Is it that they want to sell it and distribute it within
so
themselves?
you are not selling the lorry and you are saying set this aside
Aside cash.
and
It doesn't have any
distribute.
effect on the lorry.
It's not dividend. It is not
It's not
share of
having
your
effect.
capital. You know, so and he told me that you have to be quiet. You don't have to tell other directors. I said, look, this thing is very important. I can't keep on hold on this. I need to reveal to everyone and let's have the say of everyone.
What
And
is
the
their
guy
opinion?
is just trying to be smart.
You have to manage your directors.
You just have to.
If it is the one they are forcing
one of
themselves on
them can, in fact, can
Yes.
ridicule you.
Those people are.
Particularly if you don't know.
This one make money.
Sometimes they will tell you, I'm actually testing you. I thought you fall.
A lot of
you.
politics. A lot of politics. Go on.
Okay, if it is not
You
share
know?
capital, you know the share capital now. Okay, which side of the component of equity is it that it is additional?
They brought in
Additional,
money
but
to
not
buy.
cash, oh.
They brought
Additional
in.
capital.
They brought in cash to buy shares, and the cash they brought in was used to buy lorry. So their shares will increase.
Yeah, their share will
Their
increase.
share
But in
will
this case,
increase.
it's not so.
No, that's it now. They increase their shares, and the lorry will reflect that increase. So what it means, instead of sharing cash, instead of sharing the cash, you just boost
Because
their
at the end of the day, the revenue
Of course,
that
of
the lorry
course.
is
The
Just
lorry is going to
take the
do,
value.
part of
you know,
the
form
net
part of the
income.
earnings. You know,
Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. The something will be that value of that lorry, because we're going to take the value of the lorry and take it to be part of their shareholding, right?
Exactly.
So
That's what I'm saying.
that means the other side of the asset is being taken care of.
Yeah.
So it's, I think it's well understood.
Okay, so what we concluded after much deliberation, because I brought it open to the directors, that look, this thing has happened. I didn't even talk about whether somebody has told me to set it aside. So I just said, we have been gifted this lorry that is worth, I think 25 million or so, brand new. And we need to deliberate on how to actually treat it. And I said, normal treatment of accounting is when we purchase, cash reduce, and PP increased. So now we are having it as a gift. What do you suggest? You know, and some of them will say, okay. Some of them will put their thinking cap on. They will even say, they'll be writing something and say, do. But at the end of the day, what we deliberated is that we should just bring it in as revaluation.
Oh, okay.
Reserve.
Evaluation
So,
reserve.
which is still part of
Yes.
the equity side.
So motor
Yeah,
vehicle.
so it's not even treated as share capital.
No, so don't forget that the same treatment, the same all the reserve belong to shareholders.
Yes.
Just like your share premium, which is a reserve, is added to share capital to increase that value. So it is assumed that receipt you got from them on the value from the company who gifted it, on how much you purchased it. They even gave us the receipt they got it from the supplier.
Wow, okay.
The
okay.
car dealer,
That one will help
you know.
for tax purposes too.
So we just felt, okay, we are just taking this as a revaluer, a company dealing in revaluation of this, and it is a dealer, somebody who deals in it knows the value. So this is
Okay. It's
evaluation.
Like the valuer that can
Yeah.
value people what you are before and say
You know.
the price has now
Okay,
changed.
do they have that
Yes,
kind of
you
knowledge
know.
before, like something that you have something like that?
Yeah, that's why we went to
Mm.
competition and we won the competition.
So
and
that-
So it's almost something
They
like
have
exchange when they do
revalued
this.
The fleet of lorries. We revalued the fleet of lorries.
Lorries.
So the value has
Yeah.
gone up. So that
Yeah.
surplus you now put it in valuation
reserves,
Yes, yes.
and the value of the as PPE to increase
Yes.
with the valuation reserve.
I think
you
that
have.
is even the
You know.
perfect one, because if they had increased their shareholding, by the time you want to pay dividend, of course, it needs to
Yeah.
you should top your dividend.
Yeah.
for
And
something
don't
they
forget,
need.
it's a capital reserve
Yeah.
because the lorry is going to spend more time before it depreciates.
Yes.
So over time, whatever they use the lorry in, earning, impacts the profits
Yes,
for the
exactly.
year, and that impacts retained earnings, and retained earnings impact your the value of a share that you have.
Yeah.
So that's the way it works. So what the conclusion of it is that some of the things we see in theory, when you get in practice, you just have to manage that situation,
Going back to
on
that
case to
question,
case basis.
you asked me that if I was the analyst that the director is asking me,
Yeah.
put it 30 days. I wish, I'm not like an employee to him. I'm just being employed. I like ask him, what makes you think to be 30 days? It's not nothing I command. Because if I tell him to put 30 days,
He knows. You see, most of these directors, they know whatever analysis you want to do, they know it. They are best in their class. They are not pushovers.
Yeah.
They know whatever you want to tell them.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't go into details when I'm telling them. I just brief it because I know they know.
Ah,
But-
and some of them like to show off.
They like to show off.
Yeah,
Yes.
they want to know if yes.
We just black.
So they know whatever you want to do. Because some of them have been CFO, they've been accountant, they've been financial controller, they've been CEOs of another company and all of that. They've managed, yes. So they know whatever you are talking about. But one thing as we get to the top that we try to do is to manage people, manage those guys. We need to know how to manage them,
Yes.
And
In fact, that's your main job as
that's your main job. You need to be able to read each person. What the tendency of this person is capable of doing this. And then you don't have to be opposing any of their views. You just have to let them see, sir, but my view is this. I strongly believe this. They want to know where you stand, whether you stand here or here. They will always come with those sharp practices. They will always come. At the end of the day, they will tell you, I'm just testing you. But that is not to tell you that you should start revealing it to everybody, every one of them. Do you know what this director told me? That you are gone. You are gone.
They're like politicians.
Yeah.
You go in club.
Just
I'm
politics.
gone.
Even for that guy to tell you it's confidential, it means that just keep it that way. Yes.
But as someone in charge of the financial of the company, that look, something like that cannot go undetected. Number one, either the internal audits will flash it when they see it, So there is no way, except what some of them would do is to also put the head of internal audit too. To inform them, and they will all be in
one page.
on one page. And their director might be the one that brought the external auditor. So even when the external auditor sees it, when during his audit, to keep calm.
We know that's okay.
I've been.
So does it mean that now all these fraud wey they do for this country, when we say it's not just one person?
It's not one person.
All the money that they are taking out of the country.
I've done an audit that they sued us to court.
Yeah.
And you need to see. So then I was in audit. So I after doing that audit, I don't know whether you know this. Should I call it? It's a cooperative. It's a public cooperative. We call it Illusion Estate. It's in Ogun State. So most of the top government officials in Ogun State set up that cooperative. And so the cooperative are now planting rubber trees. So from rubber trees, whatever the rubber brings, they sell. They harvest the rubber and sell. Just cooperative, you know. And so this cooperative, they usually run the trustees on that cooperative, those that manage it, just like directors, they usually rotate them. But there are always 15 of them attending, I think every 2 years, usually rotate them. But it got to one point, rubber was selling high in international markets because they sell in international market, not locally. They export. So they gave us, there's one site they gave us then to check the price of the price they use in selling their rubber. You know, these guys are making mad money. Mad money. And if you see their farm, because even as auditors, we have to go to their farm and see what the asset they have on their farm. I hope you remember IS 41, yeah. You know, so that was what we saw on ground, and we saw a lot of workers, laborers, working on the farm. And what they are doing, they are harvesting the rubber. You need to see, this jerry can, they will cut the top and they will tie it around the rubber, and they will go. And before you come, the thing is filled, and they put it on this drum, this big drum. And if you see the field where they put those drums, oh God of mercy. You'll be amazed.
That was major export Nigeria Delta before this oil stuff came in.
You'll be amazed. So at the point when this thing was booming, half of the trustee, they felt they cornered the auditor. After cornering, before cornering the auditor, they have cornered the CFO. So the CFO was with them. So the CFO was here marking some money and giving it a different name.
Miscellaneous.
You know, and they were taking it. And most of them were traveling out, going to enjoy. And the other part, we're now wondering, are we not in the same place? Where are they getting their money? So they were, they said at the beginning, they were not even suspicious. But it got to a point that these guys will, sometimes they will say, I'm connecting from this thing. They'll be like, what is happening?
Okay, they have other, the other ones that are stealing the money.
Yeah.
They were giving them different stories.
Yeah, no, they are not always on ground. Their situation changed. The way they come, where they go, changed. And so they were suspicious, and they said, So the same set of people also cornered the auditor, which happens to be my boss there. And that one is an Ijebu boys too. And it's also a web train. Lucio Estate.
I don't know the name, but I don't know if you know anybody on the board or the dollar. At the point, it was the biggest exporter of rubber.
That name rings. That name rings. Because most of those board members are Ijebus.
Yeah.
Most of them are Ijebus.
There's this title they gave him, Ogbeni Oja. That guy was stupendously rich.
Any
so
of
when
them.
you mentioned rubber,
it
was the biggest then before his death.
Wow.
It was the biggest in the whole of Southwest.
Wow.
When it comes to rubber exportation.
So at a point, the other parts sued the other set in court. So now the court now said, as the accounts being audited, they say yes. And we have already produced our own reports. Now the court now summoned the auditor to appear in court with all their evidences to present. So my boss had to say, oh, yeah, okay, let's go. I said, Jembe, we're going to Jembe. So we packed all the files. We packed
Oh, okay. So before the audit, they had cornered you guys.
They had cornered, you know. And I mean, then I saw the whole thing, but I felt my boss should just say no. But as an Ijebu guy, the guy is also, you know. In fact, that period, my boss had to change his I think Land Cruiser then to brand new one.
Yes, now.
You know. So now we are in court. So when he said we are going to court, I firstly rejected, but later I said, okay, we shall see. Now you go there, we'll come for fraud. That's when I know that if you are going to be a thief, just be a thief today. Thieves are smart.
Yes, sir.
You need to see the answers my boss was giving in court.
Wow.
And I was seated. I said, yes, we audited the company and the account shows the true and fair. It was quoting all those shows the true and fair view. As at the time we audited.
That's the performance they paid for.
Yes, now they want you. Let me only dollars. Even if the thing they
want him to
black,
sell his
all lamps are white.
Do you know that he was calling me when they said, so what evidence can you prove? He said, okay, bring that file 001. Yeah, we have labeled everything. So I just submitted to the clerk and they presented. Then you will not continue. Further to that evidence, it is also important to say here that the matter of fraud did not occur to us during the period of the audit. And we are not mandated or by any statutory law. You know
what? Because the main job of this thing is to do, it's not just to do forensic. It's to show that everything is going according. But if you say forensic, everybody talk.
So that was how my boss, we finished the court. The court said the auditor has done his job, and from what I've seen, there is no fraud in the accounts. If we need to determine fraud, probably another company will need to be engaged.
Exactly.
And after the court, we went to Accra, we want to start going. That's how those set of embezzled guys approached us, and they gave me a sack.
What are you saying?
Why?
And money in the sack.
Okay, so I thought the sack as in sack from
So my boss just say, okay, sorry you saying.
See, apart from all the accountants, lawyers.
Lawyers are
Yeah.
Lawyers. They are the
They are
craziest.
number one.
But the thing is,
They are number one.
before we got to the office, the guy had to share I mean, when we two, myself and one other guy that we went to, he had to give us some money out of it. And when we got to the office, we were like, this money is a cost money.
Hey!
It's cost money.
Do you know what we
There
did?
is no audit firm in this Nigeria. I don't know about outside.
How many audit firms there?
Hey,
See, there is a woman.
even big force, yeah.
See, there is a woman that taught teach us audit and that taught us audit when I was still in school there. She said a particular company abroad. That's what the woman that made me fall in love with audit. He said the company abroad, they say there is one bank like that all the auditors, that quality auditors that came to audit that thing, they didn't see that fraud.
We won't see it all.
They didn't see that fraud. And the guy was stealing, in cents. He was stealing cents from each customer's
I think
account.
we did that in the audit now.
Okay,
nobody knows.
Salami Kinikon.
I think we did it.
It's not even the naira, cents, as in the kind of the cents that he was stealing from all the auditors. And we're now in the class now asking, we say, what happened to these auditors?
No,
That's
just there's this thing in audit. When I once worked as an auditor, but that was before my degree in school. I just did like 6 months. And when we went to audit one company like that, what my boss told me was I was paying attention to everything. He said, no, you will not finish this audit.
There is what didn't they teach you about materiality concept? So you look at the materiality of before you you now raise cents and somebody pick it should have been 12 cents but it's 10 cents. You cannot be picking that as an auditor. You will waste time. So that's the guy who did that fraud, capitulated on that. Okay, we know that this thing nobody will be looking at cents. Why would you be looking at cents? In fact, there's usually a threshold. Any amount below this just overlook and move on. So we must have identified that loophole and capitalized on it.
Yeah, if you are going into detail to waste time. So they have
I was doing that. I was looking at every item, no matter the amount. I was,
that is the idea.
Said, this is not an investigation; it's an audit. If you are investigating.
So let's continue. Let's come back home. So we have done inventory, and so let's go to right of return asset. So like we said, right of return asset is just like okay, so let me put...
Sorry, before you move on, are we permitted to use like that question that prompted this this topic?
Okay.
If you're having 90, 85, 80, 70, 68, can we use the forecast? I asked you this question before. Can we use the forecast function to determine?
Okay, no.
What could be the reasons why we can't use it?
Okay, you want something logical, not
logical.
Arbitrary.
What
you're saying is
I don't want to put everything like one single file like that. I just want to look at the trend, what has happened in the past. I say, okay, this is the
now. So there is difference between budgets and forecasts. Modeling is about forecasts.
Yes.
Budget is about looking way back in the past. So in budgeting, we use that forecast function that you're talking about, but in forecast we don't. Now, what's the difference between budget and forecast? That's the question that comes to mind. Both of them look at the past, but the difference in the two is that forecast look at now and the past and project based on what is going now without losing focus on what has happened. That's what forecast is. But budget looks at the past. That's the difference. So forecast is more, more realistic than budget. And don't forget, budget is always once in a year. But forecast can be done quarterly, can be done monthly. We've said it that our budget can be monthly, can be quarterly, can be half yearly, can be, So budget can stay for a long time before review. And that's why we usually use forecasts to show what it will be based on past data. And the data that budget will look at, it's not just 5 years that we look at here. We are talking about 15, 30 years data. For you to get a good grasp of what the forecast will bring as a trend. Because forecast function needs much data, much historical data to be able to say, yes, this is where you are going. But few data will not give a clear, forecast will not give you a clear view of where the future is. So that's the difference. And that's why in modeling, we don't use that forecast function. But in budget, yes, you can use that.
Okay.
So that's why you can't see in the forecast period using any formula. No. You don't use any formula. I hope that is clear.
Yes, sir.
So let's go to right of return asset. Right of return asset is just like inventory, right? Or do I still need to explain? So I'm bringing the cost of sales to get the right of return days so that we can project that. Why some modelers will just leave the right of return fixed. But let's do some sort of projection on it. Copy and paste. But it's going to be minute. I think I've explained how right of return is, right?
Yeah.
IFRS 15 was what brought about right of return. So if in the contract it stated that the goods being sold can be returned probably in 30 days, if defective, then that amount of return needs to be set aside from the normal inventory. You have given it out to the customer and you have said after 30 days it's not good, return it back. So that portion of returned should be set aside from inventory. This inventory figure, don't model it up here. Bring the cost of the goods that are given out that can be returned, separate it in a different line. So it's more like inventory at cost, but that has the tendency of it being returned. So that's it. And I'm going to so on a good day, most modelers will just leave this fixed so that it doesn't affect their model, because it's an item that came as a result of a standard, and the driver for that right of return asset is actually the number of returns that is done in a year.
Yeah.
Understand? What is the number of returns that we can have in a year, and what value? So if we say let's say per 30 days 50,000 naira, how many of those customers are they going to be returning goods? You understand? So those are the drivers for the right of return asset. So in practice, what they do to even establish right of return asset is through estimation. They estimate, they will say, oh, last year, how many returns do we have? Last 2 years, last 3 years, last 4 years. Then they do an expected value of that based on probability. It's probable that 50% of our revenue, of our inventory will amount to this. So in that case, you can even tie the right of return to your inventory. Can you see? Because normally your total inventory, I think that will even be the best. That would be the best.
Attaching to cost of
to
sales.
Cost of sales to get this. That would be the best. So because normally this is what your total inventory should be. This and this. This is what your total inventory should be on a good day. Because out of this total, this one has probable of it being returned.
So we can calculate the probability.
Yeah, so we can calculate that proportion, that probability proportion, and forecast it forward. So I think that would be better. So let's do it on the inventory value. We can do it on the total inventory, which is this, or we do it on inventory value. So all the same. But I would like to do that on. I don't know whether you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course.
So I'm going to put.
But excuse me, won't you be getting wrong?
Okay.
Now, the inventories that you captured there is less right of return assets.
Yeah.
So if you are now getting a proportion of right of return over that net inventory, will that be correct? It should be over the total.
So that's why I say any of the two works. Any of the two works. It will still be correct. It's just like you saying don't forget that the goal here is to forecast the future. We need a basis to get the value for the future. So, and your base here is your inventory. Now, if I say, what is the proportion, what is the percentage of 3, let's say 45 out of my inventory value, it's going to give me a percentage, which is this divided by this. Is that divided by this?
Yeah.
So this proportion is what I want to look at trend-wise. And say going forward, okay, this will be the proportion that I will apply on what?
On
Inventory of that year. So if you do it on total inventory too, you must apply it on total inventory of that year.
Yeah.
So
That
you
this
understand that?
basis is
So-
valid. This basis is valid.
So whether you do total inventory value or you do it on the net amounts, you are still
Because when I'm
fine.
looking at it, that this is the total of inventory, and from this total, this is likely to be returned. So if I'm getting a proportion of,
It's
so-
valid. Your argument is valid. It's valid. It all
It
depends
has,
on.
it has a relationship, a very strong relationship, because those inventory that will be returned is part of the total inventory.
Yeah.
So it has to be. We have to. Okay, like what we just said, like, what's the probability of return?
Now that I think since you have that mentality, let me just do it as total inventory. But that's not to say that you can't do it
no,
on.
that one is wrong. I understand.
Yeah. Total inventory.
It's just
Honey?
to show the trend. And then
Yes.
from the trend, you
Yes.
can forecast that, okay, this
Yes.
will be the likely asset to bring in,
Yeah.
right of return.
Inventory plus right of return. Right of return. Return assets. Okay. So I need to add them. Inventory plus right of return assets. Control R. Okay. So this is what I need to get. Copy. Do this. So right of return as a F2. Right of return as percentage of what? Total inventory. Total inventory. So this is our driver for the forecast. So right of return as a percentage of total inventory. So this is out. So you can see
But
that
is
we
it
have
possible to calculate inventory days? To use inventory days, how long do customers come to return? I mean, this is right of return, right? I'm just trying to see.
okay, you want
aside
in
from,
days,
you
in
know,
days,
this one
right?
is portion.
Yes, in
And
days,
this one-
Abi.
yes.
So in days will be, it's only if you have the cost of sales of those ones that did not return back.
Mm.
Don't forget that this is the total sales, total
Yeah.
cost of sales of
Mm.
everything.
Yeah.
Even if you do not return back, it's embedded there.
Yeah.
If we are separated before and you did not return back, it means we are going to credit right of return and debit cost of sales
Yeah.
if the timeline given is
Yeah.
not returned.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
So, but if it is returned, meaning that no, did I say returned? Yeah, if it is returned back, it's not going to be credited right of return asset and debit inventory. It's part of our goods back.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes,
But
exactly.
if you did not return it, it's part of cost of sales. It will go to cost of sales, right? So we need to know that part that is inside our cost of sales,
Mhm.
so that we can say right of return divided by cost of sales times 365. Then we
So-
can know the number of days that it took, whether they return or they do not return. So that's the only situation. But then some modelers will put it on this total cost of sales and still get that number of days. But that number of days does not make sense.
So we
Right.
can get the percentage. What's the percentage of right of return?
On
We'll now use it.
It's just like saying. It's just like saying.
on cost of
defensible.
sales, right?
Mm.
That was the first thing I wanted to do.
Okay.
That was the first thing I wanted to do. That just like I did for this, I said to get these days, inventory divided by cost of sales. So I can also do right of return asset divided by cost of sales. Yes, that's also possible.
No, what I'm saying is the portion that belongs to right of return from the total cost of sales can be derived. You know, this total cost of sales for all the
Yes.
all the inventories, right? So I'm not saying we can get the percentage. What is the percentage of the rate of return on the inventory? We use that percentage to now get what portion should be from the cost of sales.
I don't think it will work that way. No.
That was also an expense item.
Yeah.
You understand? So
It
it's
will
just
work
that
that way. It
what
will
has
work that
been
way.
expensed
What I'm
already.
saying is, this total cost of sales.
I've gotten what you're
Is there
saying.
any relationship between total cost of sales and inventory? I'm just
Okay,
just
so-
thinking out loud.
so let me explain.
I don't have to be.
Yeah, I
correct.
know.
Okay.
Let me explain the basis, what brought about inventory and cost of sales. When we buy goods that we want to sell, let's assume we are retail, we are just buying and selling, you know. We bought this pure water, we take it into our warehouse, maybe we
As
bought
an
it at 18 naira, we put it in our warehouse, is increasing inventory,
Yeah.
you know. Cash is credited, inventory is debited at 8 naira, you know. If we want to sell, maybe we bought 100 and want to sell 50 now, you know. So 100 times 80 naira, how much is that? 8,000. 8,000 naira. That's what will be our inventory value, 8,000 naira.
Yeah.
Now, if a customer comes and say, I want to buy 50 out of it, don't forget, our selling price is 100 naira.
Yeah.
So we are going to remove out of 100 units at 8 naira, we are going to remove 50 at 8 naira out to cost of sales from inventory. At 8 naira, at cost is going out of inventory to cost of sales. So 50 times 80 naira, that's how much now? 4,000 naira. So 4,000 naira is
Cost of sales.
cost of sales. Now, our revenue that we are going to earn from that person, also, we are debiting cash, we are creating revenue, cash, you know. So now, we are selling at 100 naira, 50. That's 5,000 naira. So 5,000 naira will go to P&L, revenue is credited, cash is debited. So 5,000 minus 4,000, that's how we determine gross profit, right? So that's how it goes.
Yeah, I see.
So now, what is remaining in my inventory now is 4,000 naira at 8 naira.
Yeah.
So in the case of right of return, if the person that have come to buy 50, I told him if anyone is not good within 2 days, you can return it, you know. Now, I have issued 50 to him, but from hindsight, I know that people usually return 10% of whatever they have sold. So meaning 10% of 50 is 5. I'm expecting him to return 5. You know. So I will now say, oh, I have taken 4,000 to cost of sales, which should not be. I will only take 45 to cost of sales and 5 as right of return assets. So it will now be 45 times 80 that will go to my cost of sales. So you can see that right of return that has possibility, I'm not recognizing it in my cost of sales.
So you cannot. What I was.
So you can see, it cannot work. That's why I said let me explain so that you will actually grab the knowledge from there. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do an average. So you can see that this is 1.5, this is 0.18, 0.10, and 0.08. So gradually it is actually declining. It is declining, you know. So the question is, what will it decline to? So on a good day, if you take an average, you get 0.46, which is way
That's not complete.
way high. No. Yes, this is an outlier. So how do you determine outlier? It is far from the figures, from the other figures, you know. So you can either exclude it, some modelers will exclude it like I did, or include it and see what the figure will give, which is 0.37%. If you exclude it, 0.46%. Now don't look at this 818 and this also. This is far from each other. So if I take these last two, I get 0.9. Do you understand? So 0.9 is more like it. unlike doing this 0.46. 0.46 is actually far from it.
From 0.9.
You know. So, meaning that you can have outliers like this in some of your trends, and you need to consider those within the layers. You know. So,
but don't you think that, sorry, just like we stated under which one again? We talked about the effect of COVID.
yes,
So,
yes.
Do you think
Okay.
we'll just be using COVID period?
So good. I like that you brought that up again, because during COVID they didn't sell much. They were holding more, so there was no possibility of returning more high, and so that's a valid this thing you brought in. But before COVID they were doing this. But don't forget that even this period, although the reason why this period is 0 is because IFRS 15 has not come into effect. IFRS 15 came in effect in 2018. You know, so that's why this is out of it. You know, so that's why it's an outlier. Outlier will always have reasons why they are actually not in line with the trend. You know, so that's why I left this out. You know, and here you have 1.5%. But even if you look at before COVID, 1.5% and 0.8 is far apart.
Something must have happened in that year. Maybe a factory defect or something.
Yes, something might have happened here. You know. But don't forget that this is the most recent. You know, so the options you have is either taking before COVID of 0.18 and taking before COVID and during COVID average, which is 0.2. These are the options you have as modelers. It's either 0.12 or 0.09. So it is revolving between 0.09 and 0.12. You know. So
if you're looking at outliers, you're looking at reasonability.
yes, of course.
How reasonable is that estimate you are using?
Okay.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
As in reasonability. As in what?
Yes, you are looking at reasonability. You are looking at how close is it to reality
Okay.
based on what they are doing in the past. How can I ensure that it is not far from what they are doing in the past and what they have tendency of doing? Because I've been able to see now that this is they started applying this and they had 1.5% of return, and all of a sudden the next year they have 0.18. Question should be asked, what could be the issue? And he gave a logical reason. And that's why I say modeling is about asking questions. These are questions, any questions you ask when you are building your input and observations are questions you should ask the internal guys.
Yes.
And say, guys, what happened here? I can see 1.5 and now I'm seeing 0.18. What actually happened? They will tell you the story behind the figure, and that will equip you as modeler. And so this is what happened, you know. So this might be that they had a lot of factory defect and more product are being returned, you know. But here they had a lesser one. Probably they did well, you know. So I know I've experienced for retail businesses, return is one thing you don't want to experience.
Yeah, that is one thing. And especially I've had that experience even countless number of times. Sometimes when you don't have a policy of return.
Yeah.
My boss is a very, very guilty person on this. Someone will buy something like this for 1 year ago and he will return it. There is no policy of return.
Okay.
And so something I've already recognized
That's as revenue.
You're expecting me. What I will not do is this. Instead of me to charge it to revenue for that particular year that I made that return, I'll just use it against retained earnings. That is one thing I will do. Because I I mean, there should be a time to return. Other people are doing this, but you are not doing the same thing.
Why is it delayed? Why
Some
is it
people, do you know that some people
Have you
owe us?
asked him why?
Okay, let me just
Yes.
tell you. There's this, you know this, what you know, Spa,
Yeah.
Spa supermarket. Those people, they are fond of doing that because the person who is selling item to them don't have a policy that he's holding on to, and they can hold him money for. You know, they can hold us like 9 million.
No, one thing
Now,
is,
You are talking
you are
about
the
an
mercy,
accountant.
you are the
talking-
mercy
you are
of those
talking about
guys.
an accountant. You need to put on the shoes of a businessman.
Businessman, yes.
If you are the bigger party in the transaction, there's nothing.
There's nothing you can do.
You are their mercy.
Yeah,
They
they are
stop
mercy.
buying from you. There are other many. There are so many suppliers.
So many.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think I get what you're saying.
So your
because-
policies will shape how they interact with you. If you
Yeah.
want to continue business, your policy that okay, so you have return policy, abi?
Mhm.
So wahala, they will go to the one that does not.
Yes.
So
So
you have
that's
to put on
But
the cap of
it's actually
business
difficult because they do have their own policy. Oh no, I'm not just trying to say we are
person.
competing in
Spa
policies.
is big. You
Are you
mentioned
getting?
Spa now. Everybody said yes, we do. We know Spa. Mention the name of your own company. So they have that competitive edge. They can come up with a policy. This
Yeah.
is what we do, and nothing will change because they have the brand, but you don't have the brand yet. You're still coming up. You have you are like a title swimming in an ocean filled with sharks. We hit you up.
Yes, yes,
Moment.
exactly.
That's it now. So you have
Exactly.
to. So as a business
Business
person,
competition.
you have to. It's not all about.
I think I know where he's coming from
Accounting.
because actually for someone who is owing you a large sum of money, like 10 million, 20 million, for instance, and you have Spa. Spa is not just in one location, you have different locations. And put together the total money those people are owing you. There is someone, the person is now sending you,
See,
like,
it's-
so the person now sending you like 200,000 out of the 9 million. You can see how the payment is being made. So something like, why is this guy owing our money? Okay, the marketing guy, how many of our items in that store have they sold everything? Because those are the things that he used to ask from time to time, and he will still say, keep giving them more.
You're
I think-
recognizing that revenue.
You know what?
Are you not recognizing what you are doing?
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. It's a keeping you, and we from our own part like, now we dey give these guys. Both of these guys stand up what they say. The money, where is the money that they were owing them is not accurate because so many invoices piled up
You
that even the way they pay their monies. Let us say one invoice they can pay like 6-7 times before you now, and you will not. Are you okay? How do you recognize withholding tax? I'm just giving you an example. How do you recognize withholding tax from those payments? From those 7 time payments, and they will be sending it one by one.
that
one by one,
reconciliation
one
has
by
to
one.
be an ongoing one. It must be maybe weekly or monthly.
Well, I now knew that in the business world, there's nothing that can be that perfect the way you exceed, like the way people are.
I understand what you are saying. I understand what you are saying.
No, for an accountant, that kind of transaction, that kind of treatment is going to be crazy.
Very
But
crazy.
for a businessman, he will say that is why I have the million.
We in the office, we are, sir, even we in the office say, sir, we shouldn't give these people. We say, go and give them, go and give them.
Ah,
He says, Spa, will they run away? He says, Spa, will they run away?
it's
How
a
many people
problem.
want to buy?
But you are recognizing what you are giving them, even when they are not. You are recognizing as your revenue, are you not?
Yeah, so that is
Are
just
you
it.
not?
That we are
Is it not
doing
counting as
Yeah. all the things we've given them.
Profitability.
I'm talking about payment. I'm talking about payment. So,
Liquidity zero.
see, I'm talking about payment. So, if they are making that payment, for example, you are owing me 10 million naira. Out of that 10 million naira, pay me 100 and something thousand, maybe 99,000. So I'm not telling you. I say, sir, this money, these people are paid. This the way they are paid is so.
debtors.
Debtor age. He's too this thing, and you're now still telling me I should still give them more goods. Okay, how do you want to? Where do you get? Maybe he was the one that went to GT Bank. Not I think this
Loan.
almost a year ago to get a loan.
Wow.
The GT Bank said they were not doing again. If not for the fact that the man is somehow injecting part of his money into the business, he's, at least I told you that the man sold his own land that he had many years ago for 700 million. So whatever payment he wants to make, FX, whatever he wants to do, he makes it with his own money, and it's like the money is coming back into the business. That is the only thing that is giving him, and that money is investing in one wise in
But the spa themselves, are they not making money for customers themselves?
You know, one thing I know is that, let's take for example ShopRite. If you go to ShopRite, you will see so many brands in that place. Sometimes your brand might be standing there for a very long time.
Yes.
That's the thing.
So it's quite difficult to
So
understand why they are paying so slow.
That is
The
where
way
you come
out
in.
is
That's where you come in. There's one data I work with. Sorry, that
no problem.
So one of the things that we discover, okay, what is responsible for slow sale? Now like visibility of product. So they gave us data of how they arranged all the goods in that mall. So from the arrangement, you can see which one is more visible and which one is not visible. So if customers are not seeing your product, of course they will not buy. So
And that's why
that
some
should be a
brands they have
negotiation point.
merchandisers
That
inside
should be a negotiation point.
Yeah.
Where
I
your
saw
boss,
I
your boss
see some
can
of them.
use the fact that Spa is owing it so much. Like, okay, look at where your people are putting it. Let it come. Like, you don't have to pay. You know, we agree. The way you are paying is fine. But let our goods come forward.
So that they can see it, yeah.
You know?
So your sales guys needs to do.
Exactly.
They need to do
take
more
some of
work.
these people that
Do
used to
some
promote. They used to
strategy,
promote.
They
They
need.
used to take some girls there to go and be doing promoting our products, to go and stay and so at the end of the day, although I know that they've been there was a time we looked at their record, they paid all their amount. So that was the thing that is giving my boss assurance that one, since they are not running away, that they are big company, and it's not just that it's just one man, there are so many people.
But you guys need to manage them well.
Yeah.
You need to collaborate. You need
It's
to romance them,
you need to
romance
be in their faces.
in their faces.
Yes.
You know, you need to be
Maybe they are
there.
forgetting you guys.
You know,
So
yeah.
Okay, give them
Yeah, give
But when
them.
you are constantly,
Yeah.
you say, okay, ever business.
You know.
Out of 100 million, you can even just give us 10.
Let's move forward. I want to go on break 2:15.
Okay, sir. Just 1 minute.
Yes, so let's quickly do this. I've brought all the figures. So this is for receivable dues from customers. So we are pegging it on revenue, right? I hope you know why. Receivables and revenue, right? So we need to get the receivable days. And so that will be the receivable amount divided by revenue, right? Multiplied by 365.
Yeah.
So let me apply these days that I apply here. I'll take FP. And so I've got this. So you can see that this one even revealed more. Can you see? 20 days, 26 days, 27 days, 17 days, COVID, 8 days after COVID.
Oh, sorry.
17 days COVID.
Need glasses.
You mean you can't
that's
see
the way
from
Dino
there?
was pushing so finally not got the glasses.
What is that?
Dino, that's him. It was
But I am just trying to see here. I think it's the COVID. There's an increase in sales.
Yes.
But the receivable days dropped.
But look at the receivable amount. They collected more now. That's why it reduced.
You
Can you see the balance?
even as the sales
7.
increased,
They collect more.
they collected more, yeah.
They reduced their receivables. So the number of days
They performed well in
reduced.
that area.
So during that period, they didn't allow people to buy on credit.
At all. That's the
Oga,
thing.
we don't know when this thing when they will need to pay me back
You know.
if you want to buy.
I think there's even a relationship to that, what they call it. Let's say receivable days
And
inventory.
inventory. No, this one increased.
102.
Okay, yes, because they push more of their product and they collected cash.
Yeah.
You know. No, but this one is saying
It
more
reduced.
inventory
Yeah,
and
but
stuff.
if you compare with the previous,
With
that's
the
what I'm
previous
trying to
period.
say.
Okay, yeah,
Reduction.
previous, yes, it's
Reduction.
reduced, yes. Good. So there's a reduction in inventory days. So more products went out, and it impacts revenue,
Impact revenue, yes.
and more cash were collected because receivables were reduced.
Reduced.
And so this brought this. So now the question is, will this continue? That's the question for you as modelers. Will this trend, this action, what, and that's why it is important for you to know what caused the good thing here, so that you will know whether this thing will continue or just one time.
Did they change their credit collection policy?
That's so those are the things. So one thing is, if you know you cannot find it in the, you should read all through the annual report, but sometimes you may not be able to find such internal information as that.
Yeah.
So you just have to make do with the figures you are seeing.
It's strategy. So
Yeah.
they cannot disclose it so that their competitors
will not, So now, you as modelers, you are faced with this. You saw that this is a good omen for the company, but the question is, will they continue? Will this be a change? I mean, a permanent change from what you know them to be. In fact, what you know them to be is revolving 20 to 27 days, which average is 24 days before collection.
It should be.
And if we say that they are going to be collecting they are going to collect their monies. Receivable days. Receivable days is going to reduce.
All 5.
What's the average of all the 5?
So
20.
all the 20 days. That's more like what they used to do.
Yeah, it's closer there.
I think to be conservative, I would like to stay there.
Conservative, yeah. So that's one.
Because you can't say that it's going to reduce further because you don't know what.
And like I always say, if you know you don't have that information, if you are not convinced otherwise than what the average that we just established is, you just have to be conservative, like he said, going to what we used to know this company to be. But if I have the information that there is this new policy or this new system introduced by this new chairman that just came in, maybe they just changed the chairman just revolutionized everything, and he brought this policy, then I'll say, oh, this man is here to stay. His contract is for, before chairman can be changed, he's going to take this, so it's going to be there, And that's how, when there's a change in the board of directors, that's how you see changes in the financials too, because they bring, some of them are aggressive.
Yes.
They are aggressive to move move anything movable, move the sales team.
Step on toes.
Step on several toes. They can even sack. Maybe they can sack 5 of the sales people to send the message.
Say okay. For sales, if you are paying within 10 days, you buy at a lower price. So customers will, of course, want to rush the product so that they will pay later and pay at a reduced price. So demand goes up, and so revenue increases, and the receivables reduce.
Yeah. So discount can encourage this kind of prompt payment as well. Cash discount, also quantity discount can encourage something like this. But don't forget that discount is also a cost on the company.
Yeah, whether cash or.
But companies always weigh the benefits. What's the benefits of giving these discounts and having our inventory as huge as this money? Which we need this money. So if we are going to go and get this money from the bank, what will be the interest rates they will charge me?
Exactly.
Compared to this discount, and that's how the thinking goes.
Exactly. Because if you are able to liquidate your loan faster, you reduce your finance cost.
Yes.
And so the loss you are making from the discount you have given is already covered.
It's already covered. So even as someone who is an analyst, that's how I think. I always sell the idea to companies before giving discounts. Have you checked this? Yes, you want to give discounts in order to reduce your receivable days. So the things to cross-check is actually the receivable days and the discounts.
Yeah.
So the receivable days that the amount is climbing, And this money, if we have it in to be in cash form.
Yeah.
So what if the question, the scenario you are going to put yourself to is, what if we borrow this money from the bank? What will be the charges on it? So that if I apply that percentage on this, whatever figure, like if let's say it's 10% or 25%, if I apply 10% on this now, it's going to give me 2.1 million. So the discount you are giving,
Is it
equal lower than 2.1 million? If it is lower, then go ahead to give that discount. I'm ready to trade off so that I don't go and be open to that 10% discount. If the discount is going to give me like 2%, so you have to give something so that something can go off. But if you are managing the company's financials and you are seeing things going on and you are just seated there not doing anything, then you are not adding value to that business.
Exactly.
Because when things are going haywire, you need to be the first person that will cry out, what is happening? And what can I do? Yes, you can show a report to state that. You understand? So that's the thing about all of this. So now, projecting 20%, let's make it stagger. Let's say 20 to, I don't want to project 8. 8 is way far from it. So I'm going to project 20 to 18. 20, 19, let's say 20 again, then 19, 18. I think this one is 19. 20, 19.
No, actually, there was a time.
Oh yeah, let's cut that. Let's move forward. I want to go on break 2:15.
Okay, sir. Just 1 minute.
Yes, so let's quickly do this. I've brought all the figures. So this is for receivable dues from customers. So we are pegging it on revenue, right? I hope you know why. Receivables and revenue,
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
So we need to get the receivable days. And so that would be the receivable amount divided by revenue, right? Multiplied by 365.
Yeah.
So let me apply these days that I apply here. I'll take FP. And so I've got this. So you can see that this one even revealed more. Can you see? 20 days, 26 days, 27 days, 17 days, COVID, 8 days after COVID.
Oh, sorry.
17 days COVID.
I need glasses.
You mean you can't
that's
see
the way
from
Dino
there?
was pushing, so finally not got the glasses.
What is that?
Dino, that's him. It's possible. Not
But I am
Benjamin.
just trying to see. I think it's the COVID. There's an increase in sales.
Yes.
But the receivable days dropped.
But look at the receivable amount. They collected more now. That's why it reduced.
You
Can you see the balance?
even as the sales
7.
increased,
They collect more.
they collected more. Yeah.
They reduced their receivables. So the number of days
They performed well in
reduced.
that area.
So during that period, they didn't allow people to buy on credit.
At all. That's the
Oga,
thing.
we don't know when this thing when they will give it pay me
You
back
know?
if you want to buy.
I think it's even a relationship to that, what they call it. Let's say receivable days
And
inventory.
No, this one increased.
102.
Okay, yes, because they push more of their product and they collected cash.
Yeah.
No, but this one is saying
It
more inventory and
But
stuff.
if you compare with the previous,
With the
that's what I'm
previous
trying to
period.
say.
Okay, yeah,
Reduction.
previous, yes, it's reduced, yes. Good. So there's a reduction in inventory days. So more products went out, and it impacts revenue,
Impact revenue, yes.
and more cash were collected because receivable were reduced.
Reduced.
And so this brought this. So now the question is, will this continue? That's the question for you as modelers. Will this trend, this action, what, and that's why it is important for you to know what caused the good thing here, so that you will know whether this thing will continue or just one time.
Did they change their credit collection policy?
That's so those are the things. So one thing is, if you know you cannot find it in the, you should read all through the annual report, but sometimes you may not be able to find such internal information as that.
Yeah.
So you just have to make do with the figures you are seeing.
It's strategy. So
Yeah.
they cannot disclose it so that their competitors
will not, So now, you as modelers, you are faced with this. You saw that this is a good omen for the company, but the question is, will they continue? Will this be a change, a permanent change from what you know them to be? In fact, what you know them to be is revolving 20 to 27 days, which average is 24 days before collection.
it should be.
And if we say that they are going to be collecting they are going to collect their monies. Receivable days. Receivable days is going to reduce.
All 5.
What's
It's
the
going
average
to
of all the 5?
So
20.
all the 20 days.
That's more like.
That's more like what they used to do.
Yes, it's closer there.
I think to be conservative, I would like to stay there.
Conservative, yeah. So that's one.
Because you can't say that it's going to reduce further because you don't know what.
And like I always say, if you know you don't have that information, if you are not convinced otherwise than what the average that we just established is, you just have to be conservative, like he said, going to what we used to know this company to be. But if I have the information that there is this new policy or this new system introduced by this new chairman that just came in, maybe they just changed the chairman just revolutionized everything, and he brought this policy, then I'll say, oh, this man is here to stay. His contract is for, before chairman can be changed, he's going to take this, so it's going to be there, and that's how, when there's a change in the board of directors, that's how you see changes in the financials too, because they bring, some of them are aggressive.
Yes.
They are aggressive to move move anything movable, move the sales team,
Step on toes.
Step on several toes. They can even sack, maybe they can sack 5 of the sales people to send the message.
Say, okay, for sales, if you are paying within 10 days, you buy at a lower price. So customers will, of course, want to rush the product, so that they will pay related and pay at a reduced price. So demand goes up, and so revenue increases, and the receivables is reduced.
Yeah. So discount can encourage this kind of prompt payment as well. Cash discount, also quantity discount can encourage something like this. But don't forget that discount is also a cost on the company.
Yeah, whether cash or.
But companies always weigh the benefits. What's the benefits of giving these discounts and having our inventory as huge as this money? Which we need this money. So if we are going to go and get this money from the bank, what would be the interest rates they will charge me?
Exactly.
Compared to this discount, and that's how the thinking goes.
Exactly. Because if you are able to liquidate your loan faster, you reduce your finance cost.
Yes.
And so the loss you are making from the discount you are giving is already covered.
It's already covered. So even as someone who is an analyst, that's how I think. I always sell that idea to companies before giving discounts. Have you checked this? Yes, you want to give discounts in order to reduce your receivable days. So the things to cross-check is actually the receivable days and the discounts.
Yeah.
So the receivable days that the amount is climbing. And this money, if we have it in to be in cash form.
Yeah.
So what if the question, the scenario you are going to put yourself to is, what if we borrow this money from the bank? What will be the charges on it? So that if I apply that percentage on this, whatever figure, like if let's say it's 10% or 25%, if I apply 10% on this now, it's going to give me 2.1 million. So the discount you are giving,
Is it
equal lower than 2.1 million? If it is lower, then go ahead to give that discount. I'm ready to trade off so that I don't go and be open to that 10% discount. If the discount is going to give me like 2%, so you have to give something so that something can go off. But if you are managing the company's financials and you are seeing things going on and you are just seated there not doing anything, then you are not adding value to that business.
Exactly.
Because when things are going haywire, you need to be the first person that will cry out, what is happening? And what can I do? Yes, you can show a report to state that. You understand? So that's the thing about all of this. So now, projecting 20%, let's make it stagger. Let's say 20 to, I don't want to project 8. 8 is way far from it. So I'm going to project 20 to 18. 20, 19, let's say 20 again, then 19, 18. I think this one is 19. 20, 19. But please, if you have any other information that can give you an insight, you can project 8 going forward. I think I have it already. So I'm going on break now. If you want to ask me any question, please ask now.
Oh, is it not better if I go to the sheet for ratios and do all this whatever and just
Okay, so this is your input sheet is, you are only using those ratios as a basis, as a driver, because ratios are supposed to drive the business. In fact, they don't want to pay now.
No, I mean that place that we went on break, and that's what I'm saying. That from that place down, we just cut it off.
Yes.
Well, that's what he's saying. Like, you are showing a lot of interest in editing, and he's ready to teach you.
Yeah, we discussed it before now.
But you've not taken any action. It's not about discussing, it's about action.
Mr. Manuel.
It's not that you breathe hard like that. Is it that hard?
It's not hard. If it's something you want me to be paying instrumentally, I can pay it now.
You want to be paying instrumentally? No, you are not to pay instrumentally. It's one of. Okay, so I guess I've started the recording. So let's start with this one. All of this, anything receivable, we'll peg it on our revenue. So I'm just going to bring F2 copy. I'm going to copy just the cell reference, copy, escape, and come here, F2 equals to paste, and I've got that, so that can be my revenue figure.
But why did you do that? Why not just the equal to? Is it different?
Okay, so because this is linked to 19 up. You can see we are in 98.
Okay.
So I still want to link to
instead
that.
Instead of going all the way up.
No, I still went up the up because this is C19.
And that's what I'm saying. You copied the C19.
Yes.
Instead of
going to link, yes. You got the message. So that's why I did that. Then so I might want to do this, but I feel a percentage of revenue is better for all the other revenue types instead of days, you know. So I'm going to put trade receivable, paste. Hey, okay, I know the way out. Let me see whether you know paste. ASV. Hey, I share it. It's because we actually downloaded from Backway. That's why it's bringing all this. Trade receivables.
That's one of the disadvantages.
From related parties. Related. Because Backway does not want you to copy and paste. Because it's a query. So that query is not expected to change. Yeah. The query is not expected. Don't forget, the figures is expected to change based on the query at the behind it. But what is bringing is not expecting you to change it, except you go to the raw data and update the raw data and come and update the query by just doing refresh. So that's why all this one I'm doing paste and this is not going to allow. Okay, as percentage of revenue. So this divided by revenue at HP. Okay, so averagely we have 0.97, which is more like it. So this, if I pick this is 1.7. So with this it gives us 0.97. So I think 0.97 is better. 0.97%. Of 6 and this. So this one as well. Shift space bar, start some lines. Man, I hope you are following.
Yeah.
Somebody said he saw your picture in the advert.
There's one lady like that, no.
So you two, you are popular like this.
No, I'm not popular. Not that popular, sir. No, it's not that popular.
No,
It's that
that's
we met the woman. It's coincidence.
Sign your autograph.
No, sir. It's just a coincidence that she saw my picture there. It's not that I'm popular. I've met her before, and she was she worked one microfinance bank. So, and she owes ACCA.
Okay.
So we said to come the hype the lady and me too said they follow her. So now later on she told me that
Wait, the iPad for onto which level? So that I will
Disclosure.
no, I want to know, I want to know the line of thought I should follow.
okay, no, hype in the sense that because she
hyping is a
she's as in because of the level where she did now. Not be say at the hyper onto woman something. No. She's married.
No, that disclosure has helped.
You know, the woman is married. She has and she wants to do financial modeling. I go tell her and say, okay, call me about it.
Oh, okay.
But, yes.
Oh, now I'm clear.
I don't clear am already. She called me early this morning. Yeah, she said my line, she has been trying it and no, me I dey change line like.
Emmanuel,
I don't know, the line where I get, I've changed like 3 lines.
No, it's true. That your line.
If you try that in some, they start looking at you like a foreigner. My colleague that just left for Canada, when he joined us newly, so we gave him a customer to manage. All I asked was so it's WhatsApp. We turned off that notification that changes to blue when anybody that review. You turned it off, so you don't know if you are there. This customer, a major customer, came to the bank this guy is a 419. So you will be reading my message, I will not know. So this is what no, this guy cannot be my account manager. Please give me another person. We have to change that guy.
Wow.
Just because of read receipt. So if you are constantly changing your phone number, you have to keep your phone number.
The reason why I even changed
When you have
because
your
the
executive
former
director,
number, the former one I had, the robbers stole the number from me.
and so retrieve it now.
So they come, they tell me the process to retrieve. I just say make that number before they will go use my name. They go do one thing for somewhere.
No, once you
Process
retrieve
and
it, they have blocked it now. Once you retrieve that line, it's blocked. You cannot use it.
So I just bought another MTN line, not
No, especially now. It's
MTN
even
line.
more. It's even more dangerous now. I mean, no, not dangerous, but it's more suspicious now because you have all your data, your personal, your biometrics, everything on your SIM. So if you're now changing it like clothes, people will be like, are you changing identity, or are you running? That's what they will think.
Sure. So you have to be
Everyone
you have to
have
fast.
even doing this. It's not just that I'm just
It's
doing it
better
for
you
purpose or
have two
something.
lines, so they know that you have multiple lines, and you are using this one today. Tomorrow you are no longer using it. You are using another one.
I know some people when they want to follow all this network something, like they want to. So I know somebody that buys Airtel line like 2 or 3 times because he wants enough data. He buys, so if they give him bonus when the 6 months finish, you go and buy another one again.
That one you will have a major line. You will not be changing his line like that because of data. You will have a main line that you will never change, and then be doing.
No, at this one I plan to keep this one. But this MTN line I bought, I discovered that anybody who has Truecaller will be seeing another person's name.
You can change it by yourself.
That's what I don't know. I'm just trying to.
So if you are on WhatsApp with your MD, tomorrow you change your line, you say, okay, I've changed my line, please update, this is my new line. When you change it again, you say,
No, I would stick to this one. The other one, I was afraid that those guys will use it to go and do something, and they came at gunpoint.
it's even more dangerous when you don't retrieve it. Because if you don't retrieve it, it's not blocked. So that's when they can use it.
They'll trace it to you.
But and they'll trace it to you because
Because your data is
exactly.
going to be sent.
Or if you are going to say, okay, this SIM has been stolen, please block it and give me another one. See,
Shucks.
if anything happens with that, now you don't come carry it. Okay, except your
I will be say, anyway, I don't sleep for sale before, so that will not be a problem. I'm not saying I'm going to sell, but I'm only just trying to let you know that this thing will be say this police.
When you
Don't say
slept in cell, what was it for?
They beat me now.
Was it for fraud?
No, not for fraud. It just
Or
Nobody wants to ask that question, sir.
Eh?
Nobody will ask that question. Was it for fraud? They just
They just feel
conclude.
that those guys that have gone to sleep in cell, they are all criminals. That's what they will be thinking.
no, what I'm saying is, the way you fear self will be maybe your perspective about self will change if what took you there depends on the size.
No,
of
it wasn't something I can forget.
No, if they don't
But those
carry-
guys-
if they don't carry you for major stuff before. Never in your life you don't want to try it. But if it was just maybe minor this thing, that one, Nigerian say.
Not be all these police wey be say they just dey do anyhow.
Oh.
That one is not even in Lagos.
Don't go
sef.
FCC cell for Ikoyi before.
No.
They don't. When you are coming into the banking industry, all the banks in Nigeria, during your training, they will take you there.
And it's not a lie. I know someone that
So that
one
they-
is like 60 years, exactly the
They will
same
take you
thing.
to AFCC. They will
That
talk
your
to
col-
you. Like,
if
they will
you're
now
not in
take
the
you
office,
to-
they will say you are not
they
in
will take
police
you to the
cell.
cell.
Yeah, so
They will take you to the
Exactly
cells.
the
You will
same
see
thing
people
that
that
that man
are
told
in
me.
EFCC cells. You see
60
them.
plus years now.
They show
That
Wow.
We will know.
Police station is like that. Second house.
Go think am twice.
The way I even take enter that self, I don't even understand. I was just on my own. I was just going. I was going to visit my grandma one time. So I think the guys
Okay.
that came to
You know, as you are talking, me, I'm doing work.
I know. I'm following you.
I'm
Okay.
even trying to keep track.
I'm following you. Thank God. The recording, the recording has not made me really, because I know that it will help me to. I prefer doing these things on my own at home without distraction.
But you understand why I projected this one at 0?
Contract assets. I don't.
wait.
Okay.
You
Okay.
understand?
It's not expected to be something that will happen in future.
Yes. What did I see that made me think so? Look at it again very well. Look at that line of contract assets.
It only happened once.
And is it the most recent
That's an
year?
outlier.
No.
So if it has not occurred here, it's not occurred here, then you need to convince
So
me
this one is,
otherwise.
is an outlier.
Yeah. Yeah. So because of this cannot make me project it.
Mhm.
Casually out of it, out of the way.
In last 3 historical years, I think it happened. It means that nothing will happen. We don't know if it's
No,
going to
no,
happen.
no, okay. So one thing is, we forecast based on the information we have. Like I always say, if there's a new information now, I can come here and change my assumption to that new information and we'll move on. So
Okay.
what if the company wants to enter into another contract in the forecast period? So you need to give me the details of that contract.
But what's the contract asset then?
Okay, so what brought contract assets and contract liability is long-term contracts. Before now, long-term contract is being recognized on the basis of ZIS 11 and 18 now.
Yeah, it's 11.
11, you know. So
Construction contracts.
yeah, and that's always they recognize revenue based on percentage of completion, you know. But now it is now IFRS 15, and IFRS 15 is about as control pass on the goods that you are producing. You know, now you are not selling goods. You are constructing the good, because for anything to be earmarked as a contract asset, it needs to be for a long period of time, you know. So maybe it's a construction project, you know, that you enter into an agreement with another person, so there is a contract, and that's why IFRS 15 is tackling that. Now, let's say you are the contractor. Let's say Julius Berger, for instance, constructing bridge, or is constructing road, you know. Now, they have done some work. Let's say they have done, out of 100%, they have done 10% of the work. Now, the 10% of the work has not, they have not, should I say, so the question is, should they recognize the 10% of the work they have done as revenue?
Is it being certified?
Good, so that's the question. So before, in IS 11, it's saying you can only recognize it when it has been certified by the company that gave you that contract. Because they'll bring their engineer and say, look at the work, is it okay? Let's know the one that is okay, and we'll make payment on the one that is okay. So IS 11 was on when it is certified. But IS 15 is saying you don't need to wait until it is certified. But you will not call it, you will not take it to as revenue, as receivable. Rather, you take it as a contract asset. You have done the work, but they have not come to certify it. So, unlike in IS 11, we don't recognize nada until a certificate is issued. So now, you are not saying, I've done some work, even though I've not been paid, I'm entitled to recognize this as a revenue. So I did credit revenue and debit instead of receivable contract assets. Understand? So when it is now being certified, and then move it out of contract asset into receivable. And if cash is paid immediately, it is certified from contract asset to cash. Understand? So that's what brought about
Makes sense.
that. So, and it only occurred this time. So we would have viewed it as a receivable if we had it in the most recent years. We would have pegged it on revenue as well. Okay, so what about prepayments? What are prepayments? Wait, what are all these figures? Am I the one that conjured them?
We're trying to verify something there now.
I don't know what I'm trying to verify.
So if you look at them, they are even linked. They are using, you use some, you use the formulas for them.
Is this one the only one okay, let me scroll up. Let me see. Oh, okay, I see. That's the one we did. So I think I don't really need that again. I've used it to confirm what I want to use it for. So let's just, but I will need to readjust them when I finish. So I now understand what they are. So this is prepayments. So what drives prepayments? What drives prepayment? Mostly, in most companies that I know, they always have prepayment in rent and insurance. Because those ones, they will not hear anything. You must pay before
There
the
can be
time.
more now.
You know? Yeah?
There can be more things.
Yeah, there can be more. So I'm saying those two things are always part of it.
Constant.
Constant, yeah. They're always constant, you know. Because you pay rent in advance, you know. So these are the things that actually make up prepayment. And we can actually look for the composition. Let's see. Let me scroll down a bit. Okay, I think I saw something. Okay, so this is their prepayment. See, rent prepaid, insurance prepaid. Then they now transfer other prepayments. You know, so those ones in most companies are always prepaid.
No cover. That's their policy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the word. No premium, no cover. You know. So,
They even give further analysis.
where is it?
Hmm.
Other prepayment represent payment made for goods and services which will be consumed within the next financial year. So prepayment.
Okay.
So this one actually relates to cost of sales. Why these two relates to expenses, operational expenses. Why this relates to cost of sales, you see. So that is it. So but I will not so the normal thing to do is to remove this other prepayment out of it and peg it on cost of sales. Why these ones on expenses? But I will not do that. I will put everything on expenses. Because if I look at these two are larger than this, right? 30 and 775 will give me like 8 something.
805.
Which is larger than 208, 288.
Sorry, okay, this statement you put here, I'm going to totally interpret it as something related to cost of sales.
Okay.
Because, okay, payment made for goods and services. For example, now you are making use of Microsoft 365, you have to pay for 1 year.
Okay.
You have to pay it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a service. So it's not
It's a
necessarily
service.
related to
So cost of sales.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another. Yes, you're right. Because also subscriptions too. Most of the internet subscription, software subscription,
yes.
they are always prepaid. You know, I guess that's
And I think the key word
that's where.
there is consumed. It means that they want to consume it.
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
will
yeah.
be in next financial year, so that will fall into that.
Yes.
Into-
I think that's actually the thing.
Yeah.
So it's not actually their goods,
Yes.
really. So because those are the things that you see in practice that make up that prepayment. You know, internet subscription, all those stuff. Anything subscription is always the prepayments there. And I see the way people treat all those prepayments in practice. But sometimes you marvel that
Okay.
did these people pass through anything called accounting, you know? So,
yes, it's true.
Let's say for instance your internet subscription for a year, you usually pay in a year. So if it is like 100k, you know, and take for instance it is you are in, let's say you are in January. At the end of January, what do you post? Don't forget, at the beginning of January you have paid 100,000 naira, which covers 12 months, January to December. So at the end of January, at the beginning of January 1st, what do you post? At the end of January, what do you post? So what I see most people do is that they will just take the 100,000 naira, they will take it to, they will expense it. You know, they expense the whole of the 100,000 naira and the credit cash, chicken, of which it is wrong, because the internet service will be consumed for 12 months. And so you cannot take all the 100k and hit
On one
month. You know, so it needs to be spread. But first is that there is a prepayment. You will recognize a prepayment, which is debit prepayment and credit cash. We pay for goods that we have not used. So it's an asset for us. It's still our money because we have not used it. Then at the end of the month, you recognize 1 month out of 12 months. So 1/12 times 100,000. That's the amount that you have consumed, which can be expensed. So you credit prepayment and debit the expense account for internet service expenses. That's the normal way. But you see,
Sorry, okay. So from what you're saying now, if you paid for the software anytime, whether from 1st of January, anytime in January, are you now supposed to do that when that 1 month within that same January, or is supposed to go to the next month, February?
No. So it all depends on what is the period for that money. The period for that money, you must ensure that the consumption of internet, how long did you consume it for?
Okay, maybe according to the invoice or something like that.
Not the invoice, leave invoice. Is the usage now. Okay. Sometimes
no,
the invoice will show
the coverage.
The invoice will show the coverage that is for this period to this period.
Yes.
In fact, when
Because sometimes it can be within the month.
So you need to prorate. If it is within the month, let's say it's 15th of March, you need to prorate. We use it from 15th to 31st December, 31st March. So that's the amount that we consume for that month, and not the full 1 month. Because if you do the full 1 month, then you are not recognized based on the usage.
There's also one challenge too that came in my office too about this prepayment. For example, service charge. You see this service charge. They will bring the service charge is supposed to start December to the following November, but they will bring the service charge invoice later on, maybe like after 6 months.
Okay, so experience should teach you as an accountant. So yes, these things, the invoice may not come, and that's why I always tell people, your treatment is not necessarily when you receive invoice.
Yes.
There are some transactions that
they are frequent.
They are frequent. You use it.
How many percentage?
You know. So and the amount is fixed. You know, if there's going to be a change on that amount, there's going to be a meeting that will either increase it. So you continue to recognize that thing, but you will then be clamoring for them to bring invoice.
Exactly.
But you have already treated what you want to treat, and that should not delay whatever you are doing. And if an auditor comes and say, what's the basis of you? This is the basis. In January, this is what they brought. Last 2 years, this is what they brought. So why would I not treat it this year again when I don't have any information that we are not using the service? They have given us service. So they have provided, they've given control on the use of their service.
Exactly.
So it's not based on invoice. You know.
So what I do is, by time before I don't wait till that time. If I know that the next month service charge will start in December, I will just start accruing for that December, January, February. When it gets to that June, once they bring this thing, then the owner of the company pays. I will make a payment and use it to reduce the accruals.
Yes.
What has happened before, then the balance.
Yes.
I will not take it forward as prepayment.
Prepayments. Good.
So that's what I use.
Yes,
that's what I do.
that's it. That's the way to do it. Because you have already consumed that first 3 months.
First 3 months.
So you have to,
Yes.
you are liable already. So
Exactly.
that money they pay is just to reduce that amount.
Because to them, you are still owing them.
Yeah.
You are owing them for that something.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to peg it on expenses and see, and we have our expenses as SG&A up here. SG&A, where are you? Okay, so I have, okay, we separated this, so I'm going to add them. This plus admin. So that's our total expenses. Or we can just make do with admin only. But total expenses is better.
You mean?
Or should we do it on admin only? Let's do it on admin only. So that will be G38. So I'll make it C. C, copy and paste. Ctrl R, and prepayment will now be a percentage of admin. Prepayments. Skip F2, percentage of admin expenses. Percentage of admin expenses. So prepayment divided by admin. I've got this percentage. Taking it further. So
how do you change it to percent?
Alt HP. Alt HP. Okay, so I've got these ones. These ones are way high. So this is what I'll project. 9.19. So I can even do it from 9.19. It's better. It's okay. Doing an A. Alt 6. This. Okay, so we are done with current assets. So let's quickly go to current liabilities. I'm going to do away with this. Minus. Okay, then delete current liability. Our former student just got to Australia.
Wow.
Wow, who's that?
Okay, I think you know her. So I won't mention her name.
Was he in last set?
No.
Okay.
No. She left on Friday. That was yesterday now. She left yesterday morning.
Okay.
So she got there and she was the one that was calling, that I was speaking to that time. She said her experience with our airports, at the airports here.
No, it's not.
Said at every point. They have several checkpoints. They were checking them,
Yes.
and they will be asking
No, I
her
was living
anything
for
for
Canada
us.
too.
Yeah, you must always, yeah.
Yes, so all those, especially
Okay, she went there for a job, right?
Eh?
She went there for.
She relocated.
relocation.
Okay.
Yeah. That, but when she got to Australia, that it was just one place they checked them, and that was all. They even where they put her back, in fact, it was easy for her to just pick up. But here,
Such a country.
here you can wait for 3 hours waiting for your bag. I think that's terrible here. And she said, "Oh, that the airport is so beautiful." I said, "What do you expect?"
Of course. No, actually, third world
When you go
country.
to a place where they are they make their place look very livable, what do you expect?
Third world country and developed country, they are worlds apart.
As in big walls. So, so I just
What's this thing?
I
We
just
should
told
be
her.
competing with the likes of
This
Dubai
country.
now.
You say?
So we should be competing with the likes of Dubai, but
Yeah.
we fell down the process.
Should we even be competing with Dubai?
We
Super.
should actually do better. But I'm just saying the worst case scenario, if we had managed this economy well.
I see
Dubai-
Nigeria economy
Dubai is the
like
total-
Chinese economy.
No, Chinese,
You
because Chinese have more population. So industries move
Nigeria is
there
the seventh
because of cheaper
most
labor.
populated country in the world.
But you
After
know,
India is Chinese. It's China.
The number in China is crazy.
It's crazy, but we also have that population.
People were jostling for jobs, like crazy. So industrialists were able to tap into that opportunity. Okay, we'll pay you when they are paying $20 per hour in US, they're probably paying them like $2 in China. You know, so it's easier for business people to come and establish there because of cheap labor. Or,
Even American companies are establishing in China.
yeah,
because of
they
cheap-
moved there. Because yes, now.
Eh? So I see our country like, as in China invested in all this technology like
Yes.
crazy, to the extent that they introduce into the curriculum of their children
Yes.
that you see a 3 years old already creating something.
Yes.
I think someone was making mention of that about technology. He was mentioning Facebook, Google. Yesterday, that was yesterday.
Leaders are not thinking of
They are not
it's
thinking
how
about
to
that.
make money. That's what they are.
No, see, they are just.
And that thing that they have passed that legacy even to us.
Down.
I was just telling you this morning that what I'm thinking is how to make money. So that's what everybody wants to survive. And if survival is your driving force, so it's you barely think of the future. You are
Yeah.
thinking of how do I survive today.
Mm.
So, and okay, after it's surviving, you know, okay, my generation to come, how do they survive? So they won't go back to where I was.
I mean,
So that's
everybody
why
just. I was
Everybody is
reading.
on
I
his
was
own in
reading
this
about. I was reading about U.S. and India. That the chips they use in U.S. They are now signing a contract with India, because India has a hub
yeah.
where they produce chips.
Yeah.
They have a semiconductor hub where all these laptop chips are produced. Phone chips, they are produced. So US cannot have that kind of hub. They have to sign a contract with India so that India can have that movement of people here to US to help them. And I was wondering,
Somebody did an analysis of different races now
Hey.
in the UK, and the number of people from each continent are registered, students from each continent are registered in the UK as students for all those, tech courses and
no, it's India
India
now.
number one, followed by China.
Yes, now.
And I'm sure they carry out that kind of analysis in the US too. It's India now.
Yes,
And
they are the
followed by
one.
China.
Yes.
They are
They
very
are everywhere, and Nigeria is also tagging along. That's why everywhere you go, you see Nigerians, and they are not just sleeping. They are not sleeping on
They
the
are not,
bicycle. They are also,
you know.
but India and China, because of their own numbers, at least they can swallow Nigeria like 5 times.
Yes.
Minimum.
Yeah.
They are over 1 billion, and we
Yeah.
are talking of 200 million.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's why we cannot keep up. If we had the same numbers, I'm sure Nigerians should be very close, if not above them.
But you know the government also supports them.
Yeah.
Their government invests in research.
Invest.
Yeah.
You know, that's why you can get scholarship to go to India and go and study and Chinese. But Nigeria, which scholarship are you even giving to your own people? Not talk about outsiders.
We used to have scholarships, but the scholarships are not even futuristic. They are looking at oil. Most of them are
Yeah.
mechanic.
somebody who went to do research for Kilishi. Is that research?
You can even do. You can innovate.
You can innovate anything.
But
Anything.
we already have this one. It's a natural result. We are sending people to go and be studying so that we can bring them on and make them. Now, our focus should have shifted from that. Maybe in the 70s, fine. But now we should be looking at that. We should be looking at.
It's just pathetic.
Me, I was even saying that.
Even the PTDF now. Most people that are getting it, by the time it's time they will tell you the money.
Shebi na oil.
Some people are stealing the money.
Yes.
And they will come and one guy actually on Twitter.
Sake,
he said he was
this
very,
guy
They will hold the money,
they said you should go. That they sent
yeah, took 80 billion. This accountant general, they will not say anything about it.
I also want
I think I read one story about it yesterday.
That was how I heard that Buhari released 2 people for fraud that they were caught with. They are not doing anything. They are not doing anything.
and Yaku, they have been released. They
God.
didn't spend up to a year in jail. They've been released.
Okay.
And Dari too now, all of them.
Yeah, I'm seriously thinking I want to leave this country. Seriously,
Oh, you two want to leave?
I want to leave. You know why I'm saying so? Because my people around me now, they are inspiring me. As everybody are trying to hustling to live.
So who is going to repair Nigeria?
They will give the opportunity to people like us that are staying back. Because for every opportunity, I'm telling you, for every relocation, some people, except the country, they want to shut it down. No more Nigeria. But as far as Nigeria stands,
Because the way we are
some
going,
people will stay back to enjoy the things. Just that, anyway.
God.
Like me, I really don't. It's just because of my kids I'm thinking of relocation. It's not my. It has never been in my list. But I'm able to move my kids there. I can still come
I
back.
say my cousin that his father is a prince in this country. That they are eating money like say tomorrow no day. The guy went there, his wife don't born. Because he married a Belgian. He got to UK there. The wife did there. For him to come back and say, bros, and I'm not coming back home. I want to be doing what? Do you know how much he works a day? £100 a day. And he will, after that one, we say when he don't gather like so amount of money, just give him, he will come back. They have money here, but the guy chose to be there to be hustling himself. I know that kind of be like, okay, yes. I don't pick up like say.
Life is easier here. Life is easier.
And what does the guy do? He used to just to move people's items, people's load. And it's not like this maybe like from one position to the other. That is just the thing.
yeah.
He said, boy, I know they come back until I gather some money. My wife and
£100 per day is about 70,000 now.
Mm-hmm. 7,000 per day. And you are working for how many days? In a month.
So, wow.
Very
It's
good
just-
example. My uncle, his daughter, he moved his family there to Canada like 3 years ago. He is here in Rubicon. The daughter just got admission into a university in Canada. But before she deferred the admission because of money. And then so she started working. any month that she was able to work for, the full month, her salary is almost times 2 of what my mom and this is somebody that has been working for over 25 years.
That is just it.
Somebody who is yet to enter the university is earning times 2 of the salary. His daughter. He was telling me.
Wow.
So by the time that one now finishes university and gets a still good job.
Over there.
You know how
I get friends who say don't travel, go that place because of masters. They just remain for that place. They don't want to come back.
The
One-
truth is you don't want to come back now.
One
Look at
one
the one
left here.
that just called Dr. K now. The airport alone. That what she said about the airport alone is enough for her to say, let me stay here.
Say I die here.
She has not started making money. You know? It is well.
Mm-mm.
It is really, really well. Really, really well. Let me do this. 80.
This country is just messed up. They are only just on oil. And it's not that the oil.
Now use them money. That's why they are getting their.
Then now,
Just get the money chapter.
you have
And
people
they don't
sitting
have
down there.
shame.
They have people sitting down there, they cannot even think.
Yeah,
For the country.
they don't have shame. That's even my list.
They don't have to, they are
They
just
have-
have the allocation,
they have
investment,
They
everything.
have
But
students
people will be saying they are
out of
supposed to
school
challenge.
for months. Yet you will travel. You that are responsible for this. You will travel and go and celebrate your children's graduation, and you still post it.
You will see post it on
When they
Does that
start
make
this
sense?
guy, Gadabi Amila, when he went to Harvard, he was showing pictures.
your pikin go Harvard and you dey
No,
here.
him himself, he went to Harvard during a strike. That you as the speaker of the house,
Number 4 citizen.
you now went to Harvard and you are even showing us, you are rubbing in our faces. That if you like, don't call off the strike. We will do whatever we want to do. You know, that's the meaning. He has to
Yes,
apologize.
80 billion that they say this guy stole, nobody has said anything about it. Akakan General.
They will
Nobody
negotiate
has
now.
said anything about it.
They will negotiate that one.
Only one man.
Wow.
Some of them are thieves now.
Even stole more than that. If
even
that is
the
not it,
people-
that is not the final amount.
Even the people that caught him are thieves. So
See that there's something I posted about Venezuela. Did you see it on my
Yeah, I
status?
saw it. I saw it.
A cup of tea, you see the kind of money we be say they take buy
you
cup of tea.
carry years now.
My God. They say this was the same amount I paid for a 1-bedroom flat 15 years ago. Imagine, and they have the largest oil reserves of Venezuela.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, part of yes, that one is
They
higher
have
than
the
Nigeria.
largest oil reserve, but this
It's socialism.
oil
that
price.
killed them. Socialism. It's part of what is killing us.
They were mismanaging the money. Imagine, why will Buhari go to buy? I thought he wanted to buy ammunition for those people to do the security. He went to buy vehicles.
You know, you see, the thing is, there are so many things that go on in corridors of power that we are not aware of. It's just that they need to be more,
Transparent.
maybe not exactly. For instance, there's this pipeline, gas pipeline, between Nigeria and Algeria.
Nigeria.
Yes. You know, we have gas. In fact, our gas reserve is much more than crude oil.
Yeah.
So we had this agreement, pipeline from Nigeria to Algeria to move gas. And then when Russia-Ukraine war started it led to shortage in gas supply all over the world. So Europe is now looking towards Africa. So we're now looking at that pipeline extending from Algeria to Europe.
Oh,
So that Nigeria can tap into that market.
yes,
They won't
yes.
have to depend on Ukraine, and Russia. So Now, part of that pipeline will pass through Nigeria Republic. And so, for you to get right of way, a lot of politicking will happen for them to allow that pipeline to pass through. So there will be a lot of bribery under the table kind of deal.
Okay.
So it's possible that those vehicles is actually to soften that, because even within Nigeria, if you want to lay a pipe in Niger Delta now, you know all these minerals, in fact you have to put, if they brought that kind of deal to Mr. K, we will have to put in his model the money they will give community.
Yes, host communities, their chunk, and this new BBIB bill is also very good.
So
are you serious?
Yes.
This is
So it's the same thing, because that pipeline will pass through Niger Republic. There's so many underground stuff that will happen. But the Nigerian government, they just use power, military, still that military mentality. Yeah, pay them.
It is.
Instead of them to look for creative ways
to,
so that when it comes out to the public, people will not hammer on them like
yeah.
they just that military mentality that once I give another, there's nothing anybody can do. That's what they are. That's the problem.
Okay. So I'm even looking at trade payable due to related parties. So I'm looking at merging them. I'm just thinking aloud, since it is still that they sold goods to us and we've not paid. So it is still, the core thing is still trading in the core business of the company. So whether it's related party or not, because it would have been more beautiful if we know the component of the cost of sales that is related to related party and that is to external suppliers. It would have been better, but with this, I think it would be better for us to merge them rather than separating them, and that notion also will affect the trade receivables as well. Because I was thinking it will even be better if we can separate them and forecast them, but I realized that it is still the same, the core business of the company, rather than separating
So it should just be
them.
one.
It should just be one. There is no point being separated. It has no beauty. Okay, so that's by the way. So maybe I will do that later, maybe in another separate video. So I'm just saying that now. So I've got other payables in accrual. But I hope you understand all these ones that I did, because that's the most important thing. This one that I say I want to do so.
Yeah, I believe I can follow, and if I run into hot waters,
it's true, there's no information in notes that separates that person.
So other payables and accruals, I can take that from the historicals. Where is it? Other payables and accruals. Then you can do a percentage of cost of sales. And okay, so we need to know the composition of these other payables and accrual to know whether to peg it on admin or. So let me do a search on other payables. I need to be all those taxes and maybe staff and the rest. Okay. They didn't give us breakdown. The company's exposure to currency trade and other payable is disclosed. Included in other payable and accrual is advance to capex suppliers. Output taxes, I know. Another short-term payables. Included in trade payables is an amount due to related parties is 27 billion. Dividend payable to Nestle SA. I think we've removed dividend payable now. Did we? Let me check balance sheets. Dividend, yes, we removed dividend payable out of other payables. Okay, so we removed this one. This one we removed. It's only this one. And they've
They
told
didn't even
us.
give a note to that.
Oh, they didn't even give us. They didn't give a. Okay, this is it. In other payables and accrual are advanced to capex suppliers, output taxes. So like those VAT and
VAT, yeah.
and other short-term payables. So let me see whether there's any additional. So no additional stuff here. Okay. So we just make it to be on our admin. Because we actually need to know the composition. But since the composition is made up of several things, capex and VATs and the likes, so we can peg it on our admin. But by mere mentioning capex is actually advance payments to suppliers for capex. So it is not actually what do you call it? The entirety of the accrual is a mixture of several things, and so you can't lay it on capex only. So it would be better to just put it on expenses. Expenses. Let me see. Let's use admin. Whether admin and let's use admin and marketing, because any of these can turn into accruals. So I'm using total expenses. So this will be C. This will be C. So I will end this class by. I'll end it very soon. Okay. What happened? Is there no value there? Control open square brackets.
But which line is it? Should be
34 and 38. So there's something there now. There's something there. 34 and 38. So why is it not putting it? Lubricates. Am I missing something?
okay. You added the two together.
Oh, is that it? That's why. Because I was just wondering why is it not giving me?
Which one do you want to pay? Is it in marketing?
No, I'll just write. Let me call it OPEX. OPEX. Operating expenses.
Okay.
So which is admin and marketing. In order to be more clear, let's put admin and marketing. Okay. Copy. Percentage of OPEX. And this is one of the things Ezekiel wants to learn. He wants to learn how we establish all these assumptions. This divided by the OPEX at HP to R. So 29.61.
That's jumped.
Up or down? Okay. 29. Oh, I'm tapping enter on the number side. Number keys. 29. I've seen the issue. 29.19. I hope that is figure. R at HP. But man, I expect that you would have finished that.
Last of it.
Yes, now. 6-1.
They have not been since my boss came back. As he has been on me since all the work that he has not done since he just gave them to me. So and again, I've not really been feeling that well. So it was just like 2 days ago. I started doing it, try to,
So if you look at part of current liability, you see that we have dividend payable. We have dividend payables. So dividend payable is not a working capital item. Please let's note that. Dividend payable is dividend itself is a distribution of profit.
Yeah.
Where can you find dividend in the financial statement? Where?
Under equity.
Under what?
Equity.
Under equity. How do you mean?
You mean dividend paid?
Yeah, anything dividend. Where
Anything
can you find?
dividend is under equity is because
You know we have what do you call it? We have P&L, we have balance sheet, we have cash flow. So where?
Profits or loss.
Have we ever seen dividend in
no,
profit and
not
loss?
profit or
So
loss.
when it's paid out, it doesn't.
Like they have dividend declared.
No, I mean in the trade statement. I don't mean.
Statement of financial position.
So where can we find it? Let me go to I think 60. What is there? Say 50, page 50. Okay, so what I'm saying is these are the statements of account. So where can we find dividend here? Because me, I've not seen it. I see you mentioned dividend, except dividend per share. Maybe that's what you meant. But dividend per share is only earnings per share that we have here. Although some will include dividend per share, but we don't have dividend.
You can't
here.
find it. You can't find it in its SOP now.
So where can I find it?
Just go to
Balance sheet too.
You can find dividend. If it's dividend payable, you will find it under liability side.
If it's payable, but it's talking about.
But when you now talk about dividend paid, it's transaction between owners now.
Sure.
That is under statement of changes in equity.
Can you see this? Have you been seeing this statement in annual reports, statement of equity?
Yes.
So before the advent of IFRS, there is a way, some of us that have been doing accounts way back before IFRS even came into effect. In fact, it was even forced for Nigeria to adopt IFRS. I think there about 2015 or 2013. They gave a deadline for every company to adopt IFRS generally. I think it was 2015 or 2018, and so it was a force. We are all used to the way our Nigerian GAAP, has told us to be preparing accounts, But because of globalization, international trade, Nigeria had to set up an institution that will force us to actually comply with CFI, and that's the Financial Reporting Council.
Mhm.
And the Financial Reporting Council is because in UK they also call that a regulatory body that regulate how IFRS is complied with. In UK, using that same name, if you Google UK now, if you Google Financial Reporting Council, you'll see that we took that name from them. We always like to copy and paste, you know. So Financial Reporting Council now started rolling out compliance. I mean, is it compliance? I don't know. Rollout plan, and any company that does not roll out, that does not that does not adopt IFRS, we start penalizing them, and that's why all of us follow IFRS. But before now, the way we prepare P&L is that after preparing the P&L, I will get the profit after tax. After getting profit after tax, like let's say it is this total comprehensive income. We usually, or let me not use
No, we
this
don't.
one. We don't do it. It's this one. Profit for the year, which you call profit after tax. We will now come in and write appropriation.
Appropriation.
Yeah.
So under appropriation, we will now say interim dividend, final dividend.
Mm.
We will now add it, we will now be total dividend. Then we will now subtract it from profit after tax. We will now get retained profits
Yeah.
for the year.
In group accounting.
We will now get retained profit for the year, which we now go and add to retained profit at the beginning of the year in the balance sheet. That's the way we normally do it. But IFRS has introduced the statement of equity, which and the idea that IFRS brought is that dividend is not an expense. It's a distribution out of profit. And so it should not appear in the statement of profit or loss.
Yes.
Which is reasonable. That it is whatever you make as profit, you are now distributing out. So there should be another statement. Don't call it appropriation, call it statement of changes in equity. That's for
me, really, if you ask me, I think that appropriation makes much more sense than this.
Why do you think so?
Because you are actually appropriating, and it affects your retained earnings. So this is what this is what should have been retained, but we have shared this portion of it, and this is what is left, which is what all these ones too.
No, this also show it, but just that this also show more things, because even in this statement, the first thing you are bringing is actually that profit that you made,
in the previous year.
In the previous year, this is that profit. This is what they had at the beginning of the year. 1st January, this is the share capital, share premium, share base reserve, retained earnings. So these are the composition of your equity, and these are the beginning figure. So it's just more like whatever is the retained earnings after deducting dividend, we'll bring it and add it up with retained earnings brought forward.
Yeah.
And we'll get retained earnings at the end. So what they are now doing is, they are now saying, this is the profit for the year. So profit for the year is brought. But you can see under retained earnings.
Yes.
Which is what we normally do.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, dividend is deducted from, which is what we would do under appropriation. We subtract the dividend from the profit for the year. And so we will then be getting this figure as retained earnings at the end of the year. So you can see it's more or less the same thing, but it's structured differently. But the beauty of it is that if they have any shares, maybe rights issue, bonus issue, they also show it as under share capital, moving money from share premium. You see jacket in share premium, and here you now see positive. So it's more clearer when it is here. So I feel the presentation here is more better. than if we have it under, because when we're doing appropriation, we don't usually show 1, 2, 3. We only show retained earnings alone under appropriation. But here they've added these 3 so that everything equity, you see how things are moving, you know. So that is
So I know if you look at this dividend, 47 million, it means that the profit for the year has been 100% distributed.
yeah. So one thing you should note is that that's why I always say that dividend is now based on total, based on retained earnings, not profit for that year. So you can see they had it brought forward. They have a profit that they have not shared, still in the business, but they made this one during this year. So it is an addition. They have added the 2 for them to then share 47. So you cannot say it is from this 40 that they made this year that they are taking this money. No. You get the message? No. Understand? So that's the way it is. So the retained earnings is for the shareholders. Whatever they agree to do with that money, so be it. If they agree to share everything, so be it. If they agree to plow some of it back to the business, so be it. So the annual general meeting determines what they do with it.
So if they agree to share a part
But
of
before now, nobody talks about this one. They only make do with the current amount. Okay, how much are we sharing out of this money? You know, and they found out that most directors are using this money to run their own personal businesses. And so right now, people are not losing. If they have made this 40 million, and you are telling them you can only pay 10 million to them as dividend, next year when they come, they will say, where is the 30 million you did not share that time? Okay, they say, oh, we plow it back to the business. So it means next year profits should be bigger than this last one that I took. So shareholders are now wiser, because a lot of things are taught lessons. They don't even want to share, you know, because we've had failures of business, big businesses in UK, in US, as a result of internal trading of directors, of CEOs.
Where they use money for their own
personal things,
Okay, what if
go for AGMs? All those, especially those shareholders that are just the retail shareholders.
Big fights, because what they depend on is the paying of dividend.
Yes.
That's what I live on. So if you say you are not paying, immediately they just tell their broker, please move that money from that company. Look,
Yes.
put it in this company.
Yes.
This company is paying dividend. So shareholders are moved by dividend. And that's why dividend information drives share price.
Yes.
Is it what they call arbitraging?
So arbitraging is different.
It's different, okay. Okay.
Arbitraging is different, even though you can do arbitraging also in shares.
Yeah.
So, but what we are saying is, just like you mentioned, arbitraging is based on information.
Yeah.
I have heard that this company is soon going to pay dividend, and the dividend is going to be higher than this one I'm in. So I'll just sell off from here and quickly go and buy their shares in readiness for the dividend that I have heard that they are going to declare, which is going to be sumptuous.
Wow.
And so when that information is correct, you hit your money. But if that information is just rumor,
it's just like going from papa to fire.
So, but trust, investors will not just take move when they don't have authentic information.
Yeah.
So they get information from the real stockbrokers that trade on the floor. Yeah.
Those guys, they are good though.
So
Warren Buffett is known for all these stocks, all these. But does it mean that he's the man himself, or he has people advising him or something?
By
So-
now, you have people go.
Because
when
he go
when
dey
he
read, he
started
go dey
out-
read, he go
When
dey
he
read.
started
still.
out, it was basically his instincts and information. But now it's too big to be. Of
No,
course, it's to be
it's
taking
big and it's
decision.
old. Okay, so that's just by the way. So you have seen that dividend is actually in the statement of equity, which more or less in my head I'm thinking it is eating P&L. There's nothing you want to tell me.
Because your gap
You know?
background is always.
Yes, it's eating P&L, you know, because you have reduced my profits with that dividend.
Yeah.
So yes, it is not an expense. I agree. Whether you call it a distribution of profit, my profit has reduced, Abi. So you have treated it in my P&L. Do you understand? So that's the
So-
way it is.
so
And
and even-
again, it affects your balance sheet, dividend payable. But if you now pay it, then it will not enter balance sheet, whereas or it will reduce balance sheet figure if you have been accruing the dividend, not paying over time. So when you pay it, reduce the value in the balance sheet, you know, and you must show it in your cash flow statement as being involving your cash. So that's the way dividend goes. So because of those treatments, because of the nature of dividend, you cannot pick it as working capital. It's not a working capital item.
Of course.
It's not what we trade on a day-to-day basis. No, it's for owners of business. So I'm going to remove it from here, and I'm going to do it separately. Maybe when
Is that
I'm
what
doing.
you used to call exceptional items or something? Is that what it is?
Extraordinary.
Extraordinary. It's been a long time I heard of it, sir.
No, it's not extraordinary item. Extraordinary item is things that are not in line with your business objective. If we are producing,
One of events.
yes, others one or maybe
Yeah, it's not extraordinary.
maybe you sell one of your segments, like a Nestle that has food and beverage segments. You now sold off your beverage segment. It's an extraordinary activity because the business is not set up to sell its segments. So cut this. I want to put it as under after share capital.
Okay.
So I want to do it here. So I put it there so that I won't forget. So on these notes, what did I do? F2. On this note, I call it a day. Any question for me?
The questions will come when I sit down with the video. I don't know how soon we can get to
The video, you get it today. Because tomorrow I want it to come with a lot of questions tomorrow.
But how are you able to look at it? It's a lot.
Because if you don't look at it, then there is no point coming tomorrow. Except if what you want to do is for us to finish it, then during the week you then go through it. How about that?
Because it's a lot. I am not sure I can finish it. But I'll give it an attempt. The weekdays usually give me the opportunity to go through all these things.
Weekdays.
Yeah.
Ah.
I can take an hour of work and just, go through. But this one now, before I get home, maybe it will be like 8 or 9. Then
Okay, yeah.
I'm so have to come down here. But
This guy too will get it now. What is his name?
I'll
Ezekiel.
Yeah, it's okay to.
I'll give it a shot. Let's see.
Maybe he might come tomorrow.
He should be able to come tomorrow because at least his office will not ask him to come to work tomorrow.
It's not easy, sir. It's not easy. I didn't even know that I was going to work.
But that guy is
this
planning
period.
something. You didn't know that I know.
He wants to jack up.
He was planning something.
Or he's getting married.
He shall planning something that is not revealing.
If you want that, I mean, carry us go.
Uh,
Say you leave us for this country.
I'll allow him to say it by himself when it comes. Okay, so let me stop the video here and wait till tomorrow.
Oh.
Man, it's not easy.